Good morning, everyone. I think it's time to slowly start this conference today. Distinguished guests, distinguished panelists and organizers of this Balkan Economic Forum 2023. My name is Ivan Drgutov, Executive Director of the European Business Association from Skopje, North Macedonia, and I will be the conference moderator today. I would like to warmly welcome you, all of you here in Tirana, the capital of Albania, where we have this year's edition of the Balkan Economic Forum. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this high-level conference of the Balkans. Last year, we were in Skopje, and this year we gather here in Tirana with a purpose of creating a more sustainable impact on the promotion of the economic growth, the EU integrations, the regional collaboration, peace and security throughout these challenging times for the Balkan, but also for the whole world. Today's audience is consisted of respectable leaders from the Balkan and around the globe, academics, students, and other prominent figures coming from the public and private sector. The Balkan Economic Forum 2023 Organizing Committee is more than sure that by the end of this day, together with the audience, we will significantly contribute to meeting this year's goal of the forum, and that's to discuss and debate the issues related with the biggest economic challenges that need to be dealt with and overcome. Being honored and privileged to host you today. As a conference moderator and masters of ceremony, I have the pleasure to invite you to give your attention to Mr. Constantine Alexander, President Emeritus of BEF, who is going to address you online. Mr. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the Balkan Economic Forum 2023 conference. United in diversity is the motto of the European Union. It signifies how Europeans have come together to work for peace and mutually beneficial cooperation, while at the same time economically benefiting from the continent's many different cultures. The future of peace and prosperity that we seek needs a foundation of acceptance, security, equality, justice, and respect of other nations' sovereignty. Our organization offers the opportunity to build the bridges of cooperation as together we uncover the riches of our region and are strengthened by our differences, as well as with what binds us together as a people in one of the most diverse regions of Europe. We are all driven by the same dreams and aspirations, and what began as a dream a decade ago evolved into reality as our organization has become infused with a collective energy from which new ideas and business relationships have emerged. Together, we can collaborate toward a brighter future as long as we remain mindful of history, which has shown us that there will be no future if we remain divided. We are all made of the same clay, spirit, and dreams, and now we can all work for our common future. Regional exchange can be a source of growth and development, as well as the enhancement of good governance for the benefit of every one of us. It's a great honor to declare this Balkan Economic Forum open. Thank you.
That was the welcome address from the Constantine Alexander, President Emeritus of Balkan Economic Forum. Now we move on, and I have the big pleasure to invite Mr. Sasho Kjosev, President of Balkan Economic Forum. Please, Sasha.
Dear representatives from the government of Albania, dear representatives from the Central Bank of Albania, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and representatives from the embassies in Albania, dear co-organizing partners, dear supporters, dear knowledge science partners, dear sponsors, dear guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to see such an impressive group of individuals present today at our Balkan Economic Forum 2023 annual conference in Tirana. Today, we continue the tradition that started back in 2015 in Athens by organizing the Balkan Economic Conference. Then in 2021, with the Balkans to Asia Conference, and the Balkan Economic Forum 2022 organized last year in Skopje. This year's edition of the conference is the fulfillment of our promise that with the BEF 2023 in Tirana, we start our Balkan tour of organizing Balkan Economic Forum conferences in each and every Balkan country in their capital cities. Our ultimate goal is the Balkan Economic Forum to become a regional platform where leaders from the Balkans and around the globe, respectable figures from the public and private sector, academics, students, media, and other relevant stakeholders will share ideas and suggestions about the biggest economic challenges the Balkan is faced, requiring to be addressed and overcome as soon as possible. We do believe that together we can build a brighter future for the Balkans, for the Balkan region. I wish you all a productive work and hopefully see you next year and next years in different countries around the Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sasho Kjosev. Now I have the pleasure to give your attention to Ms. Herjola Spahiu, board member of the European Microfinance Network, ENM, board member of the IFJB NOA Kosovo, and CEO of NOA sh.a. Please, Ms. Herjola, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for your participation. It's quite an honor to welcome you today in the Balkan Economic Forum held in Albania. In fact, I have decided to have my speech in Albanian today for the audience, but I believe that we will have the chance to speak in English later in the panels and to exchange with all the distinguished guests that have come from the region. So, 30 vite më parë, teksa donatorët e huaj sollën në Shqipëri dhe në rajon modelin e mikrofinancës, qëllimi nuk ishte vetëm rritja e aksesit në financa, por qëllimi lidhej shumë fort edhe me edukimin financiar të tregut shqiptar. Mbi konceptet bazë të shëndetit financiar të njësisë financiare, lidhej ngushtë me redaktimin e një bilanci, lidhej ngushtë me redaktimin e një plani biznesi dhe integrimin e tregut të punës në një ambient ndryshe nga i më përparshmi. Mikrofinanca shihej si një mënyrë për të përshpejtuar kalimin nga një ekonomi e mbyllur dhe planifikuar në një ekonomi të lirë, prodhuese, konkurruese dhe të hapur ndaj botës. Mikrofinanca ishte, le të themi, mision financiar, por shumë herë më tepër edukativ. Dhe 30 vite më pas, në kontekstin lokal shqiptar, por edhe të rajonit të Ballkanit, ka ndryshuar rënjësisht nevojat, sepse ka ndryshuar rënjësisht ambicjet e aktorëve të këtij tregu. Dhe është pikërisht në kontekstin e këtij ndryshimi, por duke mbetur gjithmonë besnik të vlerave tona të themelimit, që ne sot jemi shumë të privilegjuar dhe shumë të nderuar për mbështetjen që i kemi ofruar organizimit të Forumit Ekonomik të Ballkanit. Sot, Shqipëria, por më tepër Ballkani Perëndimor, kanë nevojë për krijimin e ekonomive të reja të shkallës. Kanë nevojë për vlera të shtuara, për rritjen e shkëmbimeve tregtare të brendshme rajonale. Rajoni i Ballkanit ka nevojë të shihet si një treg me potencial të lartë dhe jo si një rajon problematik. Sipërmarrjet dhe fermerët në rajonin ton kanë nevojë të dëgjohen nga politikbërësit lokal, por edhe ata rajonal dhe për më tepër ata europian, në mënyrë që konkurenca me prodhuesit europian të mos kthehet në një rrezik mbijetese, por të kthehet në një oportunitet për të shtuar vlerë rajonit ton, ashtu edhe Bashkimit Evropian. Kemi nevojë për një treg kapitali dhe rregulla financiare të përbashkëta rajonale. Dhe kur e them këtë gjë rajonale për Ballkanin Perëndimor, po më rëndësishmja për të qenë nesër pjesë e Bashkimit Evropian. Për NOA-n, me një prezencë institucionale tashmë në Shqipëri dhe në Kosovë, me një ambicien për të kapur shumë shpejt një portofol kredie aktual 100 milion euro, me një historik sa edukativ aq edhe financiar, është etike të nxjisë sa më shumë debate të tilla, panele të tilla, tavolina të tilla të rrumbullakta, të cilat të diskutojnë dhe të ndajnë opinione mbi modelet ekonomike për te kufive tanë vendas. Sepse kjo është shumë jetike për të ardhmen në vendeve tona. Është jetike për të ndaluar emigrimin e të rinjve, shpopullimin e zonave tona rurale, është jetike për të thithur investimet të huaja gjithmonë më tepër në rritje. Është etike për të fuqizuar ekonomitë tona të vogla, për të rritur dhe për të bërë më të mëdha, të rëndësishme dhe me vlerë të shtuar për Bashkimin Evropian. Dhe për më tepër, është shumë etike jo vetëm për të rritur mbështetjen financiare të ekonomisë shqiptare, që siç do dalë dhe nga panelet e sotme akoma ka nevojë për mbështetje financiare, për edukimin financiar të popullatave tona. Kështu që unë pa humbur kohë më tepër, pa ngrënë më tepër kohë, do doja të uroja paneleve të sotme dhe gjithë ditës sotme të dalim në konkluzione sa më të qëndësishme, shumë suksese të gjithë pjesëmarrësve dhe uroj që ta shijoni me diskutime frutëdhënëse, por edhe me sugjerime që në të ardhmen mund të kthehen në pjesë të politikave tona rajonale dhe për integrimin në Bashkimin Evropian. Ju faleminderit.
Thank you, Ms. Spahiu. Now I suggest that we look at the message of Mr. Nicolas Kyriakides, President of the Cyprus Economic Forum, who is going to address all of us online. Mr. Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and guests of the Balkan Economic Forum 2023. After the successful launch of last year, I am very excited to see that this great initiative is progressing to become an annual tradition. I think that conference diplomacy is gaining momentum. Policy conferences such as these are vital. Our common future is dialogue through discussions and exchange of ideas. Conflicts are usually the result of democratic deficits. We should not allow that to happen. We should work hard on improving our democracies through discussions, transparency, and participation. Many congratulations to my friend Sasho Kjosev, whom we had the pleasure to host in Cyprus in September at the Cyprus Forum 2023, and his team for the great work they're doing. I really hope to be with you next year in Croatia. All the best, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kyriakides. And of course, this year's edition of the Balkan Economic Forum continues to have the strong support from the institutions on European level. In that regard, let's forward to the message of Mr. Oliver Várhelyi, European Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address you at the Balkan Economic Forum 2023. Today, the economies of the Western Balkans represent 35% of the European Union's average. So, what we aim is to double the economy of the Western Balkans in the coming decade in order to close the socio-economic gap between the Union and our partners even before they fully access our Union. This is the goal of the new growth plan for the Western Balkans that we presented a few days ago. This plan is based on 4 pillars. First, the Western Balkans will be gradually integrated into the EU single market, even before full membership. This would benefit the economies and the people of the Western Balkans, but also our Union. Some areas of cooperation include e-commerce, cashless payments, and reducing roaming charges. Secondly, we aim to boost economic integration within the Western Balkans through the common regional market, based on EU standards and rules. Economic integration within the Western Balkans could add 10% of economic growth to the entire region. Thirdly, the new growth plan will help our partners in the Western Balkans to accelerate fundamental reforms, including the rule of law and democracy. Those values at the core of the enlargement process are key for the region and our Union alike. They are also necessary for the swift rollout of the growth plan itself. Lastly, we want to increase financial assistance to help our partners speed up the reform through a reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans. Therefore, we have proposed a 6 billion euros package with 2 billion euros in non-repayable support grants and 4 billion in favorable loans. The funds will be released upon delivery of the reforms. In short, the new growth plan will create the right conditions for our regional partners to become members of the Union. The new growth plan, together with the economic and investment plan, is there to accelerate the enlargement process. This is our offer for a swift accession, a path that offers advances of the EU membership ahead of full accession to our Union. At this year's edition of the Balkan Economic Forum, you will have many interesting discussions and ideas on how this initiative could be embraced so that the whole region could benefit from the new growth plan. So I wish you a constructive discussion. Thank you for your attention.
That was the message coming from Mr. Oliver Várhelyi, European Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement. Now it's time to move on, and in this official opening ceremony, the last but not least to address us and the audience is Ms. Zsuzsanna Király, Deputy Secretary General at the Central European Initiative. Ms. Király, please take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today representing the Central European Initiative. I wish to start by thanking the organizers of the Balkan Economic Forum, which is quickly becoming an unmissable event to address the challenges of the Balkans in the economic domain, as well as to discuss on innovative solutions to be pursued through joint regional actions. Let me highlight two additional aspects. Firstly, the Balkan Economic Forum 2023 is going to be held under the auspices of the Central European Initiative. It was not difficult to make this decision since a perfect match exists between the rationale of this event and the political mission of our organization. Secondly, I'm very glad to be here in Tirana today, which gives me opportunity to highlight that Albania will take on the annual chairmanship of the Central European Initiative starting from January 2024. We look forward to cooperating with our Albanian friends and help make the best out of CEI Presidency 2024. Dear colleagues, as you might know, the Central European Initiative is the largest intergovernmental organization for regional cooperation in Europe. In November 1989, just 2 days after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Austria, Hungary, Italy, and former Yugoslavia agreed on a joint diplomatic initiative to re-establish East-West relations through regional cooperation. Since then, and for the last 34 years, cutting the barbed wire across the borders of Central, Eastern, and Southeastern Europe through multilateral diplomacy and regional cooperation has represented the focus of our activities. During the last 3 decades, the membership of the Central European Initiative has grown to the current 17 participating countries. And this large area extending from the Baltic to the Adriatic, Ionian, and the Black Seas comprises both EU and non-EU countries, but all of them are now EU candidates. Our main mission is the consolidation of the European integration process, the acceleration of EU accession of candidate countries. We firmly believe we shall increase our cooperative effort, join our forces, and pool our resources based on the assumption that multilateralism, European integration, sustainable development, social, economic, and territorial cohesion are necessary now more than ever for the ultimate benefit of our citizens. Dear colleagues, over the last few years, significant results were achieved in the economic domain with initiatives like Regional Economic Area and Common Regional Market. But there is still much to be done. Sustainable and inclusive economic growth requires efficient ecosystems where research, innovation, and entrepreneurship are smartly connected to provide young people with qualified job opportunities. In this regard, we cannot ignore the pressing issue of brain drain. Along these lines, allow me to mention the Central European Initiative Youth Agenda, which was endorsed by the CEI foreign ministers, thus highlighting the common need to invest in young generations. If we focus our attention on the Western Balkans, the CEI has supported several initiatives by deploying different actions at the interface between policy dialogue and project-oriented operations. These initiatives are meant to support the Western Balkans in their path towards the EU. To this aim, the political mission of the Central European Initiative, which can be summarized in the sentence, regional cooperation for European integration and sustainable development, remains crucial. To conclude, I encourage you to connect with us and explore the opportunities offered by the Central European Initiative, because our multilateral platform and tools for regional cooperation can be of help to kickstart joint projects and activities built around the common needs and priorities of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, I wish you a fruitful meeting and a successful, productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Király, for the very interesting speech and the points that you made in it. And now it's time, after the opening session, to announce that the Balkan Economic Forum 2023 is ready to start rollout throughout the day. Having this in mind, the first panel that I would like to announce is the one titled Sustainable Financing in the Balkans, Where Are We with the ECG Agenda? In this regards, about this panel organized by the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, I would like to cordially invite the moderator of this panel, Ms. Adeliada Mehmetai, co-founder of CONSI ESG Albania, and the speakers to take their place on the stage. Please.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Adeliada Mehmetai. I'll be the moderator of today's first session. And I'll start introducing our panel once more, starting with our keynote speaker, Ms. Laura Ciorlaze. Laura is the IFC country representative for Albania since 2016, and before that, she worked for 20 years with international accounting firms that were responsible for overseeing a range of client services across a wide range of industries. So welcome, Laura. Next is Ms. Veselina Haralampieva. Veselina is a senior counsel at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, in London, UK. She leads the climate change for sustainability policy and law reform work at the EBRD legal department. And Veselina is also a member of the Climate Change Working Group with the Law Society of England and Wales. Welcome. Next is Mr. Metodia Minowski. Metodia manages the environmental management and impact reporting for the ProCredit Group in Germany. He had over 18 years of experience in the ProCredit banks in North Macedonia and Romania before he transitioned to ProCredit Holding in Germany. Welcome. Next one is Ms. Lidia Nanush. She currently serves as a council member of the oversight body of auditors in North Macedonia, and she's a standing expert group member for Eastern Europe with UNCTAD in the Intergovernmental Working Group of Experts on the International Standards of Accounting and Reporting. Before that, she had experience with Deloitte in North Macedonia, and she was a senior consultant of USAID-funded projects on the implementation of IFRS and ISA for 7 years. Welcome, Lydia. And last but not least is Mr. Kastriot Arifi. Kastriot currently works as a senior business analyst at M6 Investments, which is a private equity group in North Macedonia. And in addition to that, he is a working member of the Task Force for ESG in Tikvesh Winery. So thank you all for being here today. And I will start this session with Ms. Laura, our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Adelia, for a very nice presentation. And also I'd like to thank the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia for giving me the opportunity to talk about this important topic, which is ECG, on behalf of International Finance Corporation, which is a private sector arm of the World Bank Group. As the largest development finance institution focused on the private sector, IFC has been a leader in the evolving ECG landscape, from pioneering early concept on ECG to development of industry-recognized standards, with over 30 years of ECG experience in emerging markets. In fact, the phrase environmental, social, and governance was first coined in an IFC report back in 2005. But let me start by saying and asking what is ECG at the end. So what does it mean for the private sector, for the lenders, for the stakeholders? ECG is a sustainable and responsible approach to private sector activity that integrates environmental, social and corporate governance consideration into business decision and operations. Good ECG practices not only manage risk to business, communities and the environment, but they also create value in terms of reputation, cost, and revenue opportunity. So ignoring the so-called non-financial risk can ultimately have significant financial implications, as breaches, for example, of environmental regulations, water pollution, or human rights, or corporate governance crisis, at the end of the day, can lead to significant loss of revenues. So private sector companies have grown increasingly aware that successful management of ECG risks is more than just the right thing to do. It is a requisite for business success. Also, lenders and investors are increasingly adopting ECG risk management practices and are becoming aware of the potential of strong ECG practice and performance to deliver better returns. And within the ECG context, an ECG investment is quite a recent approach that involves the systematic integration of ECG risk management and performance improvement in the decision for impact investment whose operations have a measurable positive impact for society and environment alongside financial returns. So for IFC, transparency more broadly and ECG more specifically clearly is part of the business equation. So what has been IFC's journey so far on ECG? As I mentioned earlier, IFC has played a central leadership role in the evolving ECG landscape. IFC work on ECG dates back to the early 90s, when the institution first began incorporating lessons learned from projects into the environmental review of each of the investments. Back in 1998, IFC developed its first set of safeguards, which are modeled on the basis of the World Bank safeguards and were heavily focused on environmental risk and to some extent social risk as well. So during this time, IFC realized that limitation of environmental and social safeguards, which were basically check the box and compliance approach to investment, was limited, and sought an approach that was tailored to private sector needs that focused more on intended outcomes. Therefore, in 2006, IFC launched its sustainability framework that include the environmental and social performance standards, a bold step in the direction of defining and monitoring clients' commitment to implement the environmental and social interventions. So there are 8 performance standards which were uniquely comprehensive in this area on the risk that companies face across the industry, across the countries might face. So they describe basically the expectation of good international industry practice that IFC clients in emerging markets should seek to achieve. The performance standards, backed by extensive guidance, have had a major positive impact on raising standards among private sector companies. In the last decade or so, IFC estimates that investments of approximately $4.5 trillion have adhered to IFC's performance standards or principles inspired by them. So building on lessons learned from projects, IFC updated in 2012 its sustainability framework to address other emerging issues such as climate change, business and human rights, supply chain management, etc. Furthermore, in 2012, 10 countries turned to IFC for help in establishing the Sustainable Banking Network, which unified banking regulators and associations around an important goal, creating markets for sustainable finance. Since then, the network has grown to 83 institutions from 65 member countries that account for almost 86% of the total bank assets in emerging markets. These members seek to ensure adoption of ECG risk management in their financial sectors. In parallel to environmental and social standards and guidelines, back in 2002, IFC developed also the corporate governance methodology. This methodology considered the company's commitment to corporate governance, the structure functioning of the board, control environment, treatment of minority shareholders, etc. Initially, these two, environmental and social and corporate governance, evolved separately and in parallel, only coming together as an integrated approach later on in 2018. IFC is currently developing an ECG capital markets framework that is based on the 2 internationally recognized frameworks mentioned earlier. This initiative aims to broaden adoption of ECG consideration in these capital markets, which in turn will help drive transparency and increase market depth. From our experience through helping clients apply ECG standards, IFC is fully aware that while achieving the sustainable standards, these standards can be challenging, but it is doable. Both the adoption and implementation of ECG standards take time, particularly in the challenging environments that IFC operates, which is also true for our region. And success cannot be assured in those cases, as it is reliant on clients' commitment and its capacity to manage those risks. So I can conclude by saying that IFC's history in ECG is one of constant improvement and refinement of its policies, procedures, and client guidance to achieve good private sector ECG outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. That was very insightful to learn more about all the journey that ESG took within IFC. So while we are on ESG, right, we hear the word ESG a lot. It's on the top priority agenda, but probably a lot of us still wonder why. You know, why should we care as businesses, as financial institutions, to involve or to go through all this trouble to integrate all these complex standards and frameworks into what we're already doing that might be already successful? So for that, I would like to invite Ms. Lydia to give us some insight as more like an insider's insight, being a member of the UNCTAD working group. So can you tell us, Lydia, why should any society care about ESG and sustainability reporting? Sorry, why should that be on the top priority agenda of any society or business or organization?
Let me first thank you for the invitation. I'm really being flattered being in front of such an outstanding audience. So being a part of the intergovernmental working group of experts who recently celebrated 40 years of its existence and its support to IFRS and other standard setters to form the methodology, and so we work hard on shaping the environment of accounting reporting. 175 countries signed the Paris Agreement, which is effective from 2016. So this treaty is binding, and it is essential that every country should go the path and introduce environmental, social, and governance standards, but these standards are based on the SDG, on sustainability development goals. So every country has set its own targets, and there are about 169 targets and 17 sustainable development goals. So each country has committed to perform on certain standards, but predominantly in our geography, as far as I could see and explore about Macedonia and Albania and some other countries, is economic growth and declining the poverty of people, then climate change, fight against corruption, good education, and other goals that are associated with environmental society. So there is a paradigm shift where profit and returns are not the primary driver and goal of every company, but investors and managers are now more committed on the forward-looking goals. So this is the key issue that Sustainable Development Goals are addressing, and in that respect, the ESG. ESG is more focused on the company level, while Sustainable Development Goals are on a broader, on a higher level. This is the big picture that we have to reach. While ESG is on a company level, and how the private sector is contributing to meet the Sustainable Development Goals that we have set. In this respect, the accounting environment is essential because it's kind of addressing the information that a company have on their books and they're sharing with the public. Conventional accounting models are not addressing the issues related to environmental performance and how environment impacts the company and vice versa. So this is the trigger of founding this double materiality concept, besides forward-looking model, which are two essential elements of the reporting system, which now is associated with non-financial reporting disclosure. So non-financial reporting disclosure actually will allow broader and more forward-looking information, including the concept of double materiality, that will bring better picture of the operating model of the company, including their risks and how the company mitigates the risks that are on the road of this agenda.
Thank you.
This is briefly, but later on I will address the standards and issues that other people will not cover from the accounting perspective predominantly.
Thank you, Lydia. So now back to Veselina. I would like to know, from a more legal perspective, could you give us maybe some, deeper understanding on what these non-financial standards are? What are the different type of non-financial reportings that we should care about as businesses, as financial institutions, from the perspective of capital markets as well?
Thank you so much, Adelida, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Balkan Economic Forum for the invitation. So to your question, let me just step back a little bit as we are talking about non-financial reporting. But it's, as you're aware, the European Union have been heavily legislating over the last years of sustainable finance requirements for businesses. So in accordance to the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is already in force and will be covering 11,000 companies as of next January, the businesses will have to start, so these are large businesses that were previously covered by the EU non-financial directive. So they will have to start identifying, reporting on the way they manage ESG risks. But when we're talking about non-financial information, I just want to explain that the whole concept of the EU sustainable finance is that ESG data can be material to business, can be material to investors. Therefore, the change of the title even of directive, it's not non-financial reporting, yeah? It is corporate sustainability. So we're talking here about a transformation of the business model. So there are ESG risks that probably will, companies will have to start looking at and identifying, okay, what is material for my business? Now, if it is material, we're not talking about a separate reporting now, like it was in the CSR in the past. We're talking about mainstreaming of this sustainability reporting into the financial report, into the main report of the company. So this is a huge change. Even using the wording non-financial reporting, I think, one has to have a caveat, yeah, because it is financial. That's the whole premise, that it's not only in the EU level. This is embraced by, you mentioned IFRS, or IFRS Foundation, and the International Sustainability Standards Board that were launched 2 years ago, in June, launched their International Sustainability Standards. What they do, they cover. They have two standards. One is on broader sustainability, and the other is focused on climate-related information. So the IFRS sustainability standards will apply globally. There are an increasing number of regulators, of policymakers, businesses. IOSCO, which is, you mentioned capital markets, which is the Association of Capital Markets, already have committed that they'll be endorsing it. And in the premise of those standards of sustainability, climate is a financial risk to businesses. And the standards also recommend that businesses start integrating these climate-related risks into their financials, which is a very, you can focus that from an accountancy perspective. It's very interesting because we at the bank are the first IFI who has reported on our TCFD, so the kind of TCFD or these voluntary recommendations for climate-related disclosures that are now subsumed, meaning that they have gone into the ISSB. So we are the first one, and we believe in walking the walk with our clients. So now our next step for us is now that we have a TCFD report. In October was published the fourth EBRD TCFD report, is that this report is integrated in the next year. We'll be working to it in our financial reporting. Capital markets, you mentioned, why they're important? Because capital markets provide the information that is important for investors and for decision making. The EU sustainable finance legislation is really targeting those companies that are listed or seek to be listed, or even those SMEs that otherwise wouldn't be captured. But if they're looking at going public, they will have to comply with the EU sustainable finance legislation. And this, as we heard also in the morning, it does not apply only to EU member states, but applies also to accession countries, to the Balkans. So in terms of, I think, it's a huge topic, so don't have much time, but I just wanted to emphasize what the EBRD is doing. As you know, we are a bank operating in Europe. We hold the European standards very close to our heart. We are the ones that have the development bank that has sustainability in our mandate. And that means that we believe that our clients need that support to walk the walk with us. Now, a few facilities I wanted to mention. One is the green green energy efficiency facility. So that's a facility that's operating in the Western Balkans. Its capitalization is 85 million euros. This is the bank provides lending to our partner financial institutions to invest in green products and to work with their borrowers. So what we offer is, in addition to the financing, we offer also advisory services, help our clients, directly the banks, but also the sub-borrowers, so their clients, of assessing what are the ESG risks mentioned, for my industry, for my business, and what are the ones, not all of them, they're like quite a few of them, what are the ones that are key for me and for my investors, because even if those businesses, SMEs, are not covered, their investors, their financial institutions and us will be covered. So there has to be this flow of reliable, of comparable, of consistent and standardized data. We also have, and I'll conclude with that, we also have a sustainability fund. It's called NF. So this is for equity participation in small businesses. It's 56 million euros now approved. This is with the support of the Luxembourg government. And we work with small businesses there, starting from 0.5 million to 8 million, 7-year tenor. And a key part of our investment is partnering with those businesses and advising them on the ESG opportunities for them. So it is also supported by 9 million euros donor funding. So I'll conclude with that.
Thank you. So talking about materiality, we hear that word a lot too. Some of us maybe don't fully understand what does it mean. So Metodia, maybe do you want to help us understand materiality from the banking perspective? So why is ESG material for ProCredit, for instance, and how do you screen your clients? How do you engage with them? Can you tell us more?
Thank you, Adela. Good morning from my side. I'm also feeling happy to be part of this event. It's a pleasure for the invitation, and thank you for the Balkan Economic Forum. Indeed, it's a very, very relevant question, why the financial sector is actually taking a close look of the non-financial disclosures, of the non-financial performance of the company. I think the previous panelist explained it very well, that success rate, stability of a company cannot be seen only through the lenses of the financial indicators, which was traditionally probably much the pattern in the past. At least when I was a student at the university, when we were discussing and learning about the sustainable model of a company, mainly we were referring about the financial indicators, profitability, return of investment, equity value, and so on and so forth. And I think it was very well described at the very beginning that not only those indicators are actually contributing or giving the right picture of a company, how stable the business model it is, but apart from that, giving the fact all the climate and environmental challenges that we are facing, like the global warming, like environmental pollution, like the challenges in the social benefit, brain drain, which was also mentioned at the very beginning. These are all important factors for a company to be taken in consideration if we want to discuss about a full-fledged sustainability business model. Because eventually, all these environmental and social risks or climate risks that are impacting the business will somehow materialize in financial terms. What does it mean? If a company maybe has, let's say, good financial indicators, but it's maybe taking less care of the environmental and social risks, there is a bigger probability or bigger or higher risk that due to very high carbon intensity or carbon dependence, it might be much more vulnerable to market shocks when it comes to the energy supplies, as we have been seeing in the last 2-3 years, when the energy prices from, let's say, 50-60 euro per megawatt hour grew even above 500 euro per megawatt hour. And imagine the shock of the companies which were heavily dependent on energy coming from fossil fuel, as an example. Companies which are maybe having less care of the environmental practices inside, like treating the waste and so on and so forth, they might be more exposed to fines, penalties, or some regulatory push factors, which might eventually translate into more operative expenses. Improper treatment of the staff, or how do we invest in our people, how do we retain our talents, I think it becomes much more and more important, at least for Western Balkan, given the fact that we have so high migration from this part of Europe to central and northern part of Europe. And brain drain is sufficient, to a great extent, strongly impacting the equity of the company, because equity is not only money, but the people you're working with. If you do not have people, or there is a high turnover in your company, then this also can contribute in the way how the business is being governed, in the way how the risks are being mitigated, and how much capacity we have to run our business smoothly. So all in all these factors significantly contribute to the success rate, to the stability of the company, to the performance of the company, because the E&S risk eventually pays off into less expenses, more market share, more incomes, more revenues, higher profitability. This is one of the reasons why the financial sector needs to take a close eye in having the full picture of a business, including the financial and non-financial parameters, where nowadays we're speaking about consolidation into having one type of sustainability report. Where do we stand, and where is the current region standing comparing to Central or Western Europe? As also Veselina said, there is this, I would say, gradual process of introducing more and more companies which will be obliged to report according to sustainability reports. But in absence of this, there are very few companies in the region which are actually providing so-called sustainability reports publicly. In absence of this, ProCredit, I would say for more than a decade, have already been introducing in consideration the environmental and social risk parameters of a company. But of course, in absence of having the reports, this is much more, I would say, labor intensive to get this information from the clients. Sometimes depending on local resources, checking the clients' practices, but also very often using external environmental and social due diligence companies. But the point is that these have to be highly included in the overall risk assessment of the client, and the final decision pretty much depends on that. And now we are speaking about the impact that the business is having to the environment and to the society. And I will end up with this, that nowadays is also very much important to also address how the climate is actually impacting the business. And now we're speaking about climate risk, which I think is something that the banking sector is also going to introduce more and more in the time to come, having in mind all these weather hazards that we are facing. And it have been a few months ago when we saw the wildfires and the floodings in Greece, to what degree they impacted the business community over there. But not only there, we have been seeing historically across many countries in the region how weather hazards are actually impacting the business. And now, not only about the physical risk, but also transition risk, to what degree the business community is ready and prepared to comply with all this legislation coming from the environmental and social perspective, because not being compliant might leave you out of the market, and you might be even having more cost and having less competitive advantage. So these are all considerations which are very relevant for the banking industry to be as part of the client assessment. So this is, yeah.
Thank you, Metodia. So one thing that struck me was when you said that when you look at the differences between our region and the rest of the European companies, there is an obvious discrepancy between, you know, what is currently being done now here in the region in ESG and, you know, what's being done by European companies. So then, Laura, back to IFC. What can be done better? How can the regional companies, regional stakeholders be supported, you know, better in order to maybe jumpstart their sustainability journey?
It was mentioned earlier that there is a new EU directive on corporate sustainability reporting that became effective January last year, or this year actually, 23, and will come, is already effective, but will start to be applied for the European companies in 2024. So that, according to the directive, the sustainability reporting now becomes really something that is actual and not something that, you know, remains to be seen in the future. Now, the European companies have been reporting on sustainability for quite some time. However, as the saying goes, the devil is in the detail. So this directive really requires, so there are two changes, if we may say so, that this directive brings, which is different from what has been in the past years. First is that it is applicable to all large companies and companies which are listed, I think with the exception of listed micro entities. So that's the first one, is expanding in scope. And second, also introduces the mechanism, introduces certain requirements when it comes to reporting. So first off, it requires that the reporting has to be digitalized from companies so that it can be machine readable. So this is really something which is an important change, and it's challenging not only for European companies, but it's challenging, you know, not for our companies that in the region, sorry, but also for the European companies. Another thing that this directive brings that concerns us is on the applicability, on its applicability to the non-EU companies, because it applies also on the supply chain. So basically, if there is a company, an Albanian company or North Macedonian company, or any company from our region that does business in the EU, they have to apply this reporting, not 2024, but 2028, so there is more time, but it covers the whole supply chain. So let's say there is a Spanish company that produces shirts, and they source the fabric, let's say, from Turkey, if we can say so, and then will then sources the raw material from India, the cotton. These companies will have to apply sustainability reporting. So really, the change that this directive is bringing is of unprecedented complexity in terms of scope and depth. So, as I said earlier, it is challenging for everyone. It's challenging for the EU companies, imagine for companies in non-EU countries, which are struggling to go beyond the normal, the standard financial reporting. Despite efforts that the regulators of non-EU countries, of our countries, have done lots of progress in terms of the applying IFRS standards, for example, across the economy, or to those companies who meet certain criteria. And IFRS in itself, it was mentioned earlier, it is expanding to include 2 new standards on sustainability and on climate as well. So there is let's say, a convergence of all efforts from all the sides. So what we have noticed as IFC from a recent poll is that companies really struggle to go beyond reporting, financial reporting, as I said earlier, and they need really to adopt essential good ESG practices. But to do so, they need to have a capacity, meaning education. They need to have necessary tools, systems, and frameworks, which they don't have, not in all countries. So how can emerging markets in our region can be supported to fulfill the EU requirements? First of all, the important what is key is to measure the impact, the ESG impact. To measure it, that requires usable and standardized ESG standards, metrics, and indicators to assess impact, but also to assess the link of those risks to business, because not all risks relate to a given business. Second, it requires robust sustainability and climate reporting frameworks in order to improve transparency and strengthen trust in the private sector. In this context, IFC works at 2 levels. At the market level, where we hope to improve comparability within a market, comparability of sustainability reporting. And on the company level, we work with companies to improve their capacity to report. So over decades of our work with our clients, what comes across to us is that they need an integrated approach to tackle this issue. And there are 2 programs that IFC is currently conducting. One is the ESG integrated program that we are conducting that in partnership with SECO, the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, that supports companies, but also regulators, policymakers, to address critical ESG topics, including effective ESG risk management, and system disclosure, transparency, etc. Another project or program that we are currently doing is, we call it Beyond the Balance Sheet. So basically, we help companies with disclosure, transparency, toolkit, and programs. So it's more hands-on. And this toolkit is used by companies, is used by financial sector, investors in the credit analysis they do when they make an investment decision. So it has a large use. So what I can say to conclude, I mean, this is, there are many actors that try to provide support and to advance the ESG agenda. The key is that we are aligned and we use the same methodology at the end. So as another expression that I want to mention, so we have to be on the same boat, not on the same storm, but in different boats.
Thank you, Laura. So what I like to highlight from what you said is it doesn't seem to me like, the fact that ESG wasn't done correctly before, that we didn't fully know how, what's the best way to integrate ESG. That seems like a window, like an opportunity, maybe for regional companies to really jump on that race, to maybe start it right. So we shouldn't take it as a discouragement, maybe, being a company in this region, but rather as an encouragement, right? And for that, Castriot maybe can share their, best case, their story with TICFES and how, the ESG implementation went and how did they manage to overcome all the challenges there.
Thank you. Thank you to the Balkan Economic Forum for the opportunity to talk today. You posed a very good question, and I like the moment that you said the experience, my personal experience. I want to congratulate and praise all the panelists. They gave a great introduction to what ESG is. I will try to be a bit pragmatic and try to give my point of the story, how the business sees from the implementation side the ESG process. For me personally, it was both challenging and rewarding, because at the beginning we didn't know what ESG is really. It seemed very far-fetched, very distant concept, but as we dived into the process, we saw it differently. What I see ESG now, it's more like a pathway. It's not a goal. It's a pathway. It shows itself, and it helps you improve throughout the process. It's a self-learning process. At the beginning, at the very beginning, we saw our flaws and our weaknesses, and this process helped us improve throughout the implementation, and hopefully we will improve throughout the reporting periods, because we are publishing the report next year for the first time, and as we move on, we will improve together with the process. I want to say that this is not a process, or this is not a, let's say, a journey that you take on your own. We have consultants who work with us from Global Sustain. They are an international consultant company who has helped us throughout the entire journey. They have a lot of expertise and a lot of know-how invested in us. And here I will take the chance to praise and praise the EBRD, because actually it was their funding and their persistence that we entered this transformative journey. Without their help, I don't think we would have managed any of this. Now, coming back to the challenges, what are the real challenges for a business to implement ESG? I would categorize them in three categories: internal, financial, and strategical. Internally, I would have to say it's the G letter from the ESG, the governance. It's very hard to implement ESG principles to a new company because the governance, it's actually, especially in the region, the transparency and the disclosures are still not at the level that needs to be done. So implementing this kind of principle was challenging, but we did it with the help of our consultants, because we actually, for a whole year, we were working on capacity building, and I cannot overstate how challenging that is. Getting people ready to embrace and implement successfully the goals of the ESG strategy is monumental. This is the first challenge that we faced. Moving forward, financing and funding is always an issue, and that's why we are here today. Making changes, making improvements in terms of the environmental pillar of the ESG it comes at a cost, comes at a price. You need bigger capex, you need bigger opex. I will let my colleagues speak about the sustainable financing, because I'm not that into that topic, so professionally involved. But I want to make a big leap. While it's a very big challenge to get funding for ESG principles or implementation of ESG principles, I want to point out here that it will be a much bigger challenge 2028 and onwards, when you will not be able to get any kind of funding because you don't have sustainability report or practices. And I want to be a bit practical here. All of our countries are aspiring to join the EU. All the companies here and all the companies working from the region want to grow exports in the EU. That will not be possible. We will be excluded from the market due to low competitiveness if we do not start to implement these, let's say, principles right away. And this is, for me, when the problem becomes strategic. We will not be able to finance our growth. We will not be able to finance our future investments. And I want to take this panel and try to convey the message that we need to act more let's say, aggressively, because 2028 is just around the corner. And let's leave the EU aside. Our countries are openly discussing about carbon tax implementation, and I think it's around the corner. I think Lydia mentioned the Paris Agreement. All our countries signed that agreement. We took obligation that will impact the businesses, and that will render us non-competitive for the EU markets and the broader markets. What we did, and coming back to Tikvesh Winery, and what we did is at the very beginning, we assessed the materiality issues. We did an internal materiality analysis and also an external one. We asked for help from the government, relevant institutions, the banks, which are very important, our partners, our wine growers. They are very big supplier in our business model. Together, we prioritized 12 material issues that we put KPIs on, and that's the future reference. This is the 12 issues that we will work to improve and try to get as best results as possible for the next, let's say, reporting periods. For me, it's been challenging, but as I said, it was rewarding. And I really hope that I can leave with a message that this is a manageable process. It's not an intangible goal. I think companies can manage this and they need to act right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so back to climate, right? That's a highlight that we hear a lot on ESG. First thing, I would like to start with Lydia again. Could you get maybe a little bit more technical, not too technical, but a little bit more technical on how can businesses make sure that in their reporting they can align the SDGs, so the goals that you spoke about, within their ESG framework?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, traditional accounting models does not meet this requirement. So this was the reason why for many years non-sustainable reporting standards are prepared. And recently IFRS S1, which means International Financial Reporting Standards for Sustainability S1, was published in June this year, and then IFRS S2, which is tackling climate change. So this second standard, IFRS S2, is actually driven by a task force for climate-related financial disclosures. So there is a methodology. I think it has been developed since 2015. And it's quite a good methodology how to measure these parameters, because once we don't measure it, we can manage it, and markets cannot allocate their capital once they don't know how the things will work out in the future. But I would not only address the environmental aspect. Why? Because anyway, the company has to generate profit in order to be sustainable. So this is one of the key issues, and that is why on our methodology, which we developed in intergovernmental working group of experts, we put 4 pillars. The first pillar is economic pillar, the second is environmental, institutional, and social. So these are 4 pillars which are actually ground how to build further technical and how to further technically measure targets that the company will put on their agenda to fulfill. So this is the primary measure. You mentioned environmental. Let's say environmental is 13 Sustainable Development Goal is the climate change, and there are targets which has to be met in order to fill certain targets. let's say about water pollution, waste management, or how we deal with carbon credits. What are the emissions of greenhouse gas emissions? So all these figures has to be measured in order to see how much of greenhouse gas emissions, let's say, for example, is compared with the revenue, or how much greenhouse gas emissions is compared to the net value added. So these parameters are interchangeably connected, economic versus environmental. So we can't look at a picture from a single point of view, but we have to get the broader picture in order to get a forward-looking model that will be sustainable. So all these pillars are actually very important and as our kind of starting point to make the business model how to prepare non-financial reporting report, actually, which tackles these issues.
Thank you, Lydia. So Vesi, again from the legal standpoint of like climate disclosures, can you maybe give us some technicalities? Do we have any clear guidelines on what should be material, or is that all up to the company and their, I don't know, maybe consultants to decide what's material and what's not?
Okay, thank you for that. For us as a business, and I think we heard that also from Lydia and from Castriot, if a business wants to be sustainable, there has to be, in addition to integration of the reporting of the material ESG issues into the financing reporting, there has to be a robust governance structure on an institutional level, and internal functions or experts who work on ESG has to work cross functions, across departmental. So there is no legal and financial and economic kind of perspective. It is really bring them together, because that's the only way we can future-proof this business. We can manage risks related to environmental, social, or governance factors, but also identify opportunities, because I think we're talking about risk management. If this identification of what is material for my companies, I think as the representative from TICFESH mentioned, if this is informative and reliable and well kind of informing the decision making in the company, then this leads also to identification of opportunities within this changing ESG kind of and sustainable world. So for me, I think this is critical. It's not necessarily, and especially for businesses in the Balkans, it's not about compliance, strict compliance. It's really at this stage, it's a, I would say, unique opportunity in terms of the timeline, because there is no firm deadline for businesses now, to do it as of next of January. But it's an opportunity. If you want to be a reliable partner for, your EU either suppliers or, businesses or investors, taking, the first step, using the advisory support provided by EBRD, the investment facilities by EBRD or partners, this is also competitive advantage for you. So this is an opportunity to transform, your business model and access green financing. There is one point I think you mentioned about methodologies, which is quite interesting, because we're referring here to, to the CSRD, the European Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is underpinned by the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. So these are the ESRSs that were just approved by the Parliament in October. And they identify what are those ESG indicators that companies should be looking at. Some of them refer to methodologies, others will be developed through practices. This is different to some extent from the IFRS sustainability standards, because the approach IFRS is taking is we are setting standards. We are not developing methodologies. We are not at this stage kind of providing one tool fits it all. But it's key for both standard setters on the EU and on the IFRS side is that capacity building is essential. Working with the regions, in the Balkans, in the EU, working with companies is the only way that we can create sustainable, good business practices. It's the only way that these methodologies could be made robust, could be made, applicable to businesses, could be made kind of consistent. Because, one thing that was not mentioned, and businesses are asking us, businesses that we engage with as part of our advisory services, is so. Especially for the Balkans, right? So there are all those standards. And we also, many of our clients have traditionally reported on GRI, so the Global Reporting Initiative. Well, we'll leave the US on the side. But so the question is, so what about efficient and consistent methodologies that would fit all those standards? How does it work? It's called, interoperability of the standards. So the jury is out there, right? So there is consistency in some of the standards. There is some consistencies in the reporting, in the information that needs to be provided. But how do you get to this data? At the moment, companies are piloting it. And as I said, we're learning by doing it. So one key point, I think, again, going back to the legal and I think accountability angle, is that you asked me about, capital markets first. In order for this data that companies provide, in order for it to be credible, it needs to be assured. So for CSRD, the European Sustainable Finance kind of regulation and action plan envisages assured data by a third party. This will start first as of next year for large companies as limited assurance, rolling out in, I think, 2 years down the line, reasonable assurance, which means that this third party that will assure your ESG reports will actually look even at your assessment of what is materiality. So it will really go deep into the way kind of your decision making, your thinking. So this is critical. IFRS, the financial reports have always relied on assurance as well. The sustainability bit of the IFRS also is calling for assured data, but that will depend really on the national jurisdictions, on the local regulators. Yes, I hope if I have some time also to mention, because we have partnered financial institution.
We have 5 more minutes left.
Okay, so just to wrap up, what really I think is what makes me proud working for EBRD is that we really lead by, what we are preaching, what we are saying. As of January this year, we are the first IFIs that are fully Paris aligned. That means that we work with our corporates, but we also work with our financial institutions, with our partner financial institutions on helping them develop their transition plans. Each of us, our more than 300 financial institutions, many of them operating in the Balkans as well as a condition to working with us, they need to commit to this alignment, and they need to start thinking about transitioning towards a more low carbon and resilient businesses. Of course, with our support, and we're planning to have a cohort, which is a cohort training on how financial institutions should do it. We are now launching one in Armenia. We're preparing for Central Asia. We are also hoping to do so soon on the Balkans. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vesi. So I would like to let the other 3 panelists who didn't have a chance to speak again, Laura, Metodia, and Castriol, to maybe have their final closing remarks if you want to add something to the conversation, to what you've already said. Please, Laura.
Sure, since we don't have time, very briefly what I wanted to say is that transparency and disclosure when it comes to reporting is very important for investors, and our region needs investment, needs FDIs. And the investors, before they make a decision, they want to see and to rely on accurate and complete and reliable data and reporting in accordance with internationally accepted practices. And the companies, because there is a plethora of frameworks and standards, etc., the companies, they are struggling really to transition their corporate reporting. ECG in itself is an you know, the ECG landscape has moved and has been under an evolution for quite some time. So it is a moving thing, if we can say so. And besides the ECG, assessing ECG risk really is related to the business of that particular company, and not only business, but the sector, which is different between sectors. So impact of ECG to business performance is different between sectors, is different between companies within a sector, etc. So that adds to complexity. So at the end of the day, tackling the ECG issue is a long-term investment. We are all learning. It is a new thing anyways, and is subject to changes every day, periodically, of course. So it has to be seen more as a marathon rather than a sprint. And it is a moral obligation and motive for all of us, and a business one. So that's my closing.
Thank you, Laura. Metodia?
Okay, final words from my side. I think what we did not have the chance to talk about, and I think is very relevant, is that carbon reduction and becoming less carbon intensive, it's becoming more and more important for the local business community, not because of legislation factors only, but they should not be undermined, given the fact that CGAP, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, actually CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, is actually taking place from October this year with the first stage, and from January 2026 is already going to be applied across the sector in the region as well. To a great extent will impact the operative expenses of our companies. So the more the companies are working into all of these non-financial aspects that we have been discussing, like taking care more of the environment, choosing alternative sources of energy, investing in energy efficiency, decarbonizing their business model, the more and more they will become competitive on the open markets, because if they do not do it on time, probably they will be left aside and will not be as competitive as the other companies in European Union. So I would urge and end up my final comment that we should look at these opportunities, and I fully agree that this is not a sprint, it's rather a marathon. It's an investment that will pay off on the long run for the business community operating in this part of Europe.
Thank you. Castriot?
Okay, since we don't have a lot of time, I will just try to take an example and try to explain how material ESG is. Let's take the environment and how material is it for us as Stickfish Winery. Of course, every business and every business should strive to try to address the climate change and the environment. However, in our case, it's the environment was the #1 material issue for us. And let me explain why. This year, this harvest was catastrophic for the whole world. It's the least productive, least yield in the entire world. In Macedonia, it was even more drastic. So if we had planned to buy around 31 million kilograms of grapes this harvest, we managed only 24 million. What does that mean? It means less grape, less wine, less revenues. And since there is less grape, the pressure is on the demand, higher price. Higher price means less profits. You don't get more material than this. So what we have to do is try to preserve the business. So we have invested heavily in this organic and regenerative techniques for vineyards in order to conserve them, because we are fully dependent on them. I don't want to overstate that. From the 5 wineries that we have, only 1 is organic, fully organic, but we have now the know-how and the expertise to implement in all of them. But also we've invested heavily in precise viticulture, and because Metodia mentioned the weather is becoming hazardous, We cannot control it anymore. We've invested in technology and artificial intelligence in order to tell us what to do, because it's based strictly on predictive viticulture techniques, and this should help us in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. That's extremely insightful, actually. So thank you, everyone, for listening to our experts talk about their own experience and their thoughts on ESG. I will end this session right now because we're already late. Thank you.
That was the very first panel and a very nice way to start this Balkan Economic Conference. I would like to thank once again Ms. Adelida Mehmetai for moderating this panel, and also for all the panelists and the key speaker for delivering very important remarks when it comes to the topic of the ECG agenda. Now it's time to announce the second panel, which is titled Finance Talks, Balkan Perspectives, Importance of Deep and Liquid Secondary Markets for NPL Transactions. Having in mind the title of this panel, I would like to invite the moderator, Ms. Milena Perchinkova, Executive Secretary of the Banking Association of North Macedonia, Macedonian Banking Association, and also to announce that this panel is organized by EOS North Macedonia, part of the EOS group. And having in mind this, now it's time. Milena, please take the floor together with your panelists.
I would like to invite the key speaker, Katerina Boševska, Managing Director of EOS Matrix Macedonia and Kosovo, Professor Elvin Meka, Dean and Head of Department of Economics and Finance, European University of Tirana, Ms. Herjola Spahiu, Chief Executive Officer of NOA Albania, Mr. Petrit Balia, Chief Executive Officer at Kosovo Banking Association and European Banking Association in Kosovo, and Ms. Lydia Schiavo, Reporting and Transparency Unit, European Banking Authority, that will join us through the link via internet. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, it is really my honor to be a moderator on this exceptional session that is organized for the first time on the regional level of finance talks that are organized by EOS Matrix Macedonia. Now, focused on sustainable financing in the Balkans. Where are we? Oh, sorry, focus. I saw the screen. I was thinking Balkan perspective and importance of deep and liquid secondary markets for NPL transactions. Our distinguished key speakers and panelists today represent a wealth of knowledge and experience, bringing ahead a diverse perspective from academic, regulatory, and financial spheres. I would now want to give short information about Katerina Boševska, who is going to be our key speaker. She is PhD in economics. Her field of research is, in fact, the monetary and fiscal policy, which brings her very close to the banking business and gives her the advantage of understanding banking and different angles. With her daily jobs, she's very close to risk management in the banks. Katerina has a long managerial experience. She has been in the area for 18 years. So let's give her extensive knowledge of business practice and the business community locally in the region are bringing her to successfully running these two companies, one in Macedonia and one in Kosovo. She is experienced in working with international cooperation. She has been many years engaged as a consultant for the World Bank projects in various fields: education, economy, environment. She was also very active in certain period in public sector, in consulting, designing and implementing projects for the process of fiscal decentralization in our country. As a professional with deep experience, she has been a speaker at many international conferences for risk management and banking. For example, she has a long history of successful presentation with Alan Lloyd Group. Recently, Katerina has been engaged as a professor at the Southeastern European University in our country, where in English language she is lecturing the master studies of finance, banking, and monetary policy. Katerina believes in continuous education, so she's keeping up with her knowledge, and she is the first Genos Emotional Intelligence Practitioner Group certified in Macedonia. Finally, she is being recognized and valued by the corporate community. She is very active in the chambers, but what is more important, for 2 times in a row, she was elected as a president of the European Banking Association, a business association. So, Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Milena, for the announcement, kind announcement. It gives me a great pleasure to address you on behalf of the Balkan Economic Forum, especially Finance Talks by EOS, international company, investing in non-performing loans across Europe, on the market for 50 years, so driven by technology and entrepreneurship. So the pleasure is all mine, and I hope that you will find this panel organized by the initiative Finance Talks by EOS very interesting, and it can open up certain aspects that we need to do all together in order to bring us closer to the European markets. We are currently experiencing a prolonged period of tightening the monetary policy, which begins by the end of 2021 in reaction to the persistent inflation, for which the predictions that comes from the European Central Bank is that will continue to be high and stay in that way for an extended period of time. Interest rates increased quickly in an attempt to control inflation, which somehow put the financial sector at risk. Because banks have relatively low levels of tolerance in such atmosphere for risk, their perception of this excessive risk in the financial sector is the primary reason for the tightening of the lending conditions, which somehow was proved with the numbers of the lending in the second half of 2023. And somehow history confirms that such actions are often followed by stresses, which reveals the flaws in the financial system. And problems in the financial systems can have serious consequences that will affect the wider economy. So it is necessary for policymakers to adjust the monetary policy in order to support the general financial stability. And at the center of these efforts is future movements of gross domestic products, GDP, under the influence of the basic macroeconomic indicators. According to the latest published numbers from OECD, which was released in June 2023, the global GDP growth is forecasted to be at 2.7%, the lowest annual rate since the global financial crisis, excluding the pandemic period. Even this prediction was lower than the expected trends for 2023, even for predictions of 2024. Such situation of slowing economy, increased risks, and also in contribution to this, I think we mentioned, heightened energy costs are affecting debtors' capacity to service their loans, and this has notably impacted the loan quality across numerous sectors. According to the most recent data that was published from the EBRD, regions' financial systems have continued to be resilient and stable, but however, the European Central Bank and the European Banking Authority have expressed worry in these recent months about possible weaknesses, especially in residential real estate financing, which was caused mainly by enduring macroeconomic pressures such as rising interest rates and inflation, together with poor prospects for economic development in many regions. General conclusion is that NPLs may increase in the future as a result of the ongoing stress of the asset quality resilience brought by macroeconomic and geopolitical trends in the upcoming months. Furthermore, there is a big difference between stage 2 and stage 3 loans, which indicate growing pressure on credit risk at banks, which include forward-looking models on loan impairment. Stage 2 loans shares have been rising steadily in 2022, which reached the level from 9.5% of all loans in Europe in 2022, but in the Central European countries, this number rose to 12.2%. This could be a sign of a pressure on the loan books and the possibility of more NPLs emerging soon. Consequently, the European Central Bank has signaled calls for European Union regulators to apply pressure to banks to undertake more thorough measures and more accounting treatments in advance, meaning that they should alter the risk management policies. As a result, banks now are attempting to detect early warning signs of possible distress in a debt journey of their borrowers. An increase in non-performing loans is expected in various sub-portfolios in geographic areas, and in this context, the regulators are worried about even how high inflation could affect the households and medium-sized enterprises. The 9.5% increase in stage 2 loans in 2022 is thought to be a sign of possible decline in asset quality in the upcoming year. The prognosis for the corporate sector is still a bit of hazy, and there is a chance default rates may rise because they have not gained as much from the economic recovery coming for the pandemic region. Small and medium enterprises may be especially susceptible to a slowdown in activity in increasing the borrowing costs. In its more recent financial stability review of the European Central Bank, it has been warned that the outlook for financial stability in the euro area is still difficult, despite the fact that the banks in the region have demonstrated resilience and have good capital and liquidity levels. Many banks are currently facing uncertain profitability as a result of funding and asset quality challenges. The European Central Bank found several weaknesses in banks handling non-performing loans during its 2022 supervisory review and evaluation process. These weaknesses include matters pertaining of strategic and operational aspects of NPL management, forbearance, classification, coverage, and reporting. The European Central Bank even established explicit supervisory standards for prudential NPL provisioning. Once stock of NPL hits a critical level, banks should sell NPLs rather than holding them into the banks on a variety of reasons. NPL transactions in the region still are low because of the low levels of the NPLs in the banks, but still investors are interested in the region and remains to be so. However, even if new portfolios were to come on the market, demand could be certainly adopted by the investors who are present on our regional markets. European central banks, for several years now, it has been issuing proposals on how to reduce the rate of non-performing loans in the and in that context, it openly advocates for developing one stable secondary market for sale of non-performing placements, which would allow banks to free up some space in their balance sheets for new lending, and therefore creating the conditions for financing the economic recovery of the countries. One factor that certainly supports the trading in the secondary markets is the data quality of the NPL sector. For banks, the regulatory requirements around data management have increased recently dramatically in the recent years. NPLs coming onto the market for the first time are therefore being backed up with much more clearer documentation. Still, the potential investor cannot be certain about the credit quality of the asset to be as good as the banks represent it to be when the banks determine that selling non-performing loans will provide higher value than trying to sort them out themselves. In general, banks' NPL-related data tend to be insufficient both in quantity and quality. From the investor perspective, in the absence of sufficient data, accurate valuations are difficult, which may result with low bidding prices. Investors' willingness to pay and banks' willingness to sell NPLs differ by a significant amount due to information asymmetry that we face on the NPL market. Even though investors' due diligence can help overcome this information asymmetry, doing so can be very expensive and needs specialized knowledge of NPL portfolio valuation. Therefore, the barriers to enter this market somehow are exacerbated by the fact that the new investors have to have capital to cover such expenses. This seems to explain why the NPL markets in the euro area exhibit the characteristics of an oligopoly, a situation in which a small number of investors have a disproportional amount of the market power and drive traded prices even lower. In this regard, the European Commission issued a directive on credit services and credit purchasers, Directive 2167, and a document focused on guidelines for the best execution processes for the sale of non-performing placements on the secondary markets in the European Union. The latest document represents a set of non-binding guidelines for best practices that can be implemented by the banks when selling their receivables. The instructions highlight the specific steps and stages of the process. One important aspect in the sale is the data templates. Information requirements for sellers reduce this information asymmetry that we were talking about. European transaction of non-performing portfolios is in a direction to improve this process by improving the quality and consistency of NPL data, and therefore this has been a key focus of the European regulators that was addressed in separate papers on its subjects, such as consultation paper of implementing technical standards. And for this, we will have a special focus even on the panel ahead of us. The draft implementing technical standards are built around the templates to be used for the provision of loan-by-loan information regarding counterparties related to NPLs. Any collateral, any guarantee provided, any enforcement procedure, any historical collection or repayment schedule of the loan should be therefore shared in the process. In addition, the NPL transaction templates include with fill-in instructions and a glossary of data. The draft ITS also takes into account the proportional principle by selling different information requirements depending on the size of the NPLs, specifying the mandatory and non-mandatory data fields and consequently considering a different scope of application of the data fields in relation to the nature of the borrower. The European Business Authority has developed the draft ITS, leveraging on the experience gained with the voluntary use of the NPL data templates, which has been developed back in 2017, and reflecting the industry feedback of the use of these templates with the market practices applied. The purpose of the guidelines Our aim here is to enable minimum conditions for the best execution of the processes of sale of non-performing placements on the secondary markets in our country, following the European model, and to encourage the application of solid buying and selling practice within the secondary markets of our countries, in a way to assist sellers and buyers in our country or the Balkan region who may have less experience with secondary market trading, to encourage them and to stimulate functioning of secondary markets for better banking processes. This could be and should be our focus on the panel that I'm pretty much sure Milena will moderate successfully ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. And following your introduction, I would now like to address a question to Mr. Elvin Meka, Professor and Dean and Head of Department of Economics and Finance, European University of Tirana. Yes? This is what I got. Okay, thank you. So I would like to say that Mr. Meka has more than 16 years of experience in central and commercial banking, capital and security markets in Albania, as well as more than 9 years of academic experience as Vice Dean and Head of Department of Finance and Vice Rector for Academic Process at European University of Tirana. Professor Meka has worked for various institutions such as Bank of Albania, Tirana Stock Exchange, Albanian Association of Bank, Emporiki Bank Albania, Crédit Agricole Group, etc. He has been board member of Mountain Areas Development Agency, MADA, Business Consultative Council, Chairman of Internal Audit Committee for Public Sector at Ministry of Finance, member of INSINC International Audit Committee, and currently he is editor-in-chief of Banchieri magazine, a publication of Albanian Association of Banks, chairman of ACO Invest Supervisory Board, and member of Supervisory Board of Albanian Security Exchange, ALCE. So, Mr. Meka, Professor Meka, from what we have heard in our key speaker note is that challenges persist. The unclear directions of the economic growth, low provisioning levels, and future concerns on assets quality pose ongoing difficulties for banks. So, in one of your research papers done in 2012 on the topic NPL, you were addressing this question through the thesis, Thinking and Going Out of the Traditional Box. How could you link the research done back then with the current status of the NPLs in the European market, with the special insight of the Balkan region or Southeastern Europe countries if you prefer, and what would be your assessment in regards to the secondary market of NPLs transaction in our region? Mr. Meka, your floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation. I'm very pleased to attend this very interesting business forum. Regarding your, let's say, complex question, I've prepared quite a brief presentation, just 3-4 minutes, with regard to the NPL issue in Albania. When we talk about the NPL in the Albanian financial market, if we go back, let's say, 8-9 years ago, we could see that Albania, unfortunately, was the worst, let's say, performers in the whole Western Balkans, because we went up to 24-25% with the NPL rate. It's a huge rate, but after 8-9 years, we successfully lowered it up to 5% by end of 2022. It's quite a spectacular decrease, but it still scores a bit higher now in 2023, together with Montenegro. We are, let's say, the highest in the Western Balkans compared to the rest of the whole region. Let's say Kosovo, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Bosnia. Next slide, please. Regarding the, let's say, the NPL in terms of the, during the time of pandemic, they were fairly lower due to the, let's say, preemptive measures. I mean, commercial banks were more well prepared. It was a better regulatory framework and environment in place, and also central bank interventions during that time were quite preemptive, more technical and energetic. It allows for all of us in the whole Western Balkans to better handling of the whole NPL everywhere. Next, please. But we have to say, and I have to stress out, that the national plan in Albania for the reduction of the NPL in the banking sector was partially conducted according to my opinion, or let's say my recommendations. I was suggesting a purely out-of-the-box solution. Bank of Albania, together with the banking sector, went for the partial solution. It was not a, let's say, pure thinking out of the box. I was proposing the so-called Tirana model. It was according to the former Podgorica model, a quite successful one. But it was, let's say, a mix of various technical elements and mechanisms, pointing out or stressing out mainly on legal intervention and amendments. However, they were successful because you saw that we went from 25% up to 5%, quite a huge reduction. Next, please. Now to come back to your, let's say, very interesting questions. Are we ready for the next thinking out of the box, or thinking and going out of the box again? Yes, we could try it because we have at least identified one successful model in the market. It's the so-called or the famous Italian scheme. It's the GSTS scheme. Italians are quite innovative. They just invented banking and accounting, and this the other time they are quite, let's say, spectacular inventors. It is not a pure invention of Italians, but let's say a successful adoption of the American style of, let's say, resolving things and the risk management through the markets. Practically, that kind of scheme has to do with the pure development of the secondary markets, this time for any NPLs. This could be the most probable scheme, not for next or for a couple of years, but for, let's say, near and the more distant future. It goes beyond traditional solutions, which are quite popular everywhere, because it employs a secondary market approach, a pure secondary market, by using the asset-backed security solution, the asset management, very important, the asset management security solution, principle, securitization mechanism, and hopefully the capital market. Next, please. So, when we talk about, let's say, asset-backed security, securitization, and so on, it could be, let's say, a bit fantasy for the Western Balkans. But since the EU integration is no more fantasy for us, it is quite at our reach. That's the case that we could give a try to that kind of, let's say, revolutionary approach. It should be put on the agenda of the Western Balkans regulators and authorities, financial authorities. This, next, please. Why? Because this may go in line with the actual practices and resolution framework in the European banking area. Honorable key speaker at least mentioned it before. So one of the articulated mechanisms throughout the European banking area for the NPL solution is the so-called introduction and the implementation of the asset management vehicle or the asset management company. We have to talk about asset management, not only, or let's say, mere buy and sell NPL in the markets. Next, please. So why the capital market approach? Because we have already used, let's say, the traditional models and the bad bank concept before. We have what we have not tried is the capital market approach. So the rest of, let's say, solutions are well known. They are functioning, but not at best, because here we are with the same issues and no innovative solutions. So practically, and I will conclude, it's time for smart and practical solutions, which at the end add value to the whole market and manage risk better. We have to try for the capital markets as a solution because the only reason they are existing is because they offer the best practical solution for the risk management. We have to, let's say, move the risk from the banking system let's say, from the banking sector to the financial market at all, because we have to, let's say, manage risk better. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Michael. I'm very happy that you share the opinion that I have as well. Let's see from business side, the opinion of Ms. Herjola Spahiu. I believe that I should not introduce her because I believe that everybody knows her. Chief Executive Officer of sh.a Albania. What I would like to congratulate her is that she has expanded the presence of sh.a in Kosovo as well, and for the award that she recently received a certificate in strategic leadership in inclusive finance from the Harvard Business University. Congratulations. So it is clear that the sector-specific challenges are here. Sectors such as commercial real estate, as Katerina said, and specific industries face particular challenges impacting NPL ratio and overall asset quality. Related to this is the movement of GDP. According to your opinion, Ms. Spahiu, how are the countries in the region facing such macroeconomic and geopolitical developments, and what do you see to happen in our markets with special focus on NPL trends and movements?
Thank you very much for the question. In fact, I would like to start with an approach more generalistic comparing the region of the Western Balkans with the most developed European countries, because the differences are quite huge, but in the meanwhile, we as Balkan countries are tending, and we are on our way to join EU. So this gap has to be closed, or to be as close as possible in the coming years. In fact, I will start with the GDP growth and how much we have financed as a sector, as financial sectors, this growth of GDP. If we compare the Western Balkan countries and European most developed countries, we see that the lending to support the GDP, it is quite half in terms of ratios and figures. So if we compare, for example, Germany with lending to the GDP, contribution to the GDP, 83%, or France, 119%, and if we come back to the Western Balkan countries and we see Albania with 31%, from the other side, Serbia, 40%, we see quite huge differences, and we can assess that our economies and the growth of our economies is not financed enough, so it's less financed. From the other side, if we go and see the NPL ratios, again, as a comparison between the two regions, European countries definitely have, again, more than 50% lower NPL ratio than the Western Balkan countries. If we compare figures even before the pandemic, when our countries were also in a high GDP growth rhythms, the comparison makes quite huge differences and raises questions about us. And usually, needless to say that the best performing the NPL market, the higher the appetite of the financial sector to undertake risk, because the perception for the risk is low. So definitely that we have been associated as a region with high NPLs, difficulties also to offload these NPLs from our balance sheets of the financial institutions due to many reasons, and that therefore we see also, or it's a way to explain why also the contribution of the whole financial sector to the GDP remains at the lowest level so far when we compare it to the EU. However, we are speaking about figures of the last decade, but if we see the tendency after the pandemic, our NPL figures have improved a lot. I recall Albania in 2015 with an NPL 18.6, and nowadays we are at 5%, so as of end of 2022. We have quite an improvement in North Macedonia with an NPL at 3.1 in 2021. Montenegro 6.8. Again, I'm not speaking about Kosovo, less than 2% the NPLs of the financial sector. So there has been quite a significant downtrend for the performance of the assets, which strangely has not been followed by a more aggressive approach of lending. Because still the lending to the economy remains low, and also the appetite, as we see it and we perceive it right now, will remain low due to the difficulties of this year, to the macroeconomic factors that the whole world is suffering, basically. But there is quite a question for policymakers, for central banks, what we can do to further incentivize the financial sector to have more appetite to finance the economies now than the NPL ratios are quite 1/3 of what they used to be years ago. But here we go to some specifics of our countries, which even after so many years of post-communism areas, of transition periods, we have not been able to resolve as they are resolved in other countries. And I'm speaking here about, first of all, ownership titles for the land properties, which still are not clear in the majority of our countries. Low level of formalization, again, of the businesses, which in fact, if we are thinking all and if we are all in the road to join EU has to be reduced at the maximum, but still we have it high, which composes another negative factor when it goes to the financing of the sector. Another component is also, I would say, more affecting the business is the lack of the value chains. And this is more touchable if we speak about sectors of economy that are vital for our countries and are strategic for our countries, like agriculture, like tourism, agrotourism as well. So the three factors I mentioned before are more heavy-faced when we go to finance these sectors, especially agriculture with very old titles, not sure, family-owned titles that still you don't know what you can get as a security in case of a non-performing loan. The lack of the value chains in agriculture in Albania, but from our information also in the other countries in the Balkan, it's very quite evident the lack of the intermediaries, the companies that gather the agriculture products, process and trade or export. So there is not a full value chain to ensure the success of these economies and ensure the funds to flow normally in order to increase the confidence for financing more the sector. And definitely the formalization, these are sectors that, because are recently being in focus, and the level of the financial education, it's quite very low still, does not have the right level for being financed fully and for being, how to say, approached with a very aggressive financing appetite. And these are reasons that in our region are very vital, are very present, and are quite, I believe, the strong negative factors for not allowing for more financing to the economy. When it comes to the microfinance, and from our perspective, we have tried to do without these challenges in our job because it is the nature of our companies and because we have been able, how to say, to access different sources of funds that come for impact investing. So they come directly to be distributed to the Albanian very small economy, still not formal, with a target to get formalized after a financial education, proper financial education, and to also undertake some risks from the lenders when it comes to the lack of the collateral and to the high risk to be undertaken. But this is only a small part of the market. So microfinance or companies like us are just 7% in the whole total lending portfolio of the economy. So on the way to give much more incentives to the whole financial sectors to overcome these problematics and challenges that we face as countries. And I see that as vital to go further in order to boost more the contribution of our sector in financing the future growth of Albania, which I have to say, in fact, the perspective of the whole Western Balkan countries for the future in terms of GDP growth is quite positive. It's one of the most positives, thinking that we come from pandemic, from higher inflation, continuous increase of base rates, and our dependency of economies from the micro factors that usually are imported in our countries and not even generated by us. So from our perspective, this is so far as an answer or as an overview. So yeah, we may continue further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I believe that it is time to hear something about the regulation. So I would like to invite Ms. Lidia Schiavo, policy expert of the Reporting and Transparency Unit at the European Banking Authority, to join us through the link. Hello. I would like, let me introduce you a little bit. Lydia is involved in topics related to NPL, including the NPL transaction in the secondary markets, and on Pillar 3 disclosures, including the coordination of the activities of the European Banking Authority Transparency Subgroup and policy topics like ESG and sustainability disclosures. Prior to this, she was working in the supervisory reporting on financial information, FINREP. Prior to that, she worked in Bank of Italy for 10 years as a policy expert. She is really somebody who can tell us more about this, because her most recent published academic work is EBA Drafts ITS on NPL transaction data templates. So my question to her should be that in the passing period, we followed a lot of work in producing papers, guidelines, directives from the European Commission related to NPLs, directive on credit servicers and credit purchasers was introduced, and European Banking Authority was mandated to develop the standardized data templates for credit institutions to use them when providing information or to investors for selling NPLs. So the European Banking Authority launched a consultation paper on the draft implementing technical standards, ITS, for non-performing loans transaction that are aiming to encourage NPL transactions. So Lydia, can you please tell us what is the scope, structure, and content of this draft ITS, please?
Thank you, Milena, for this introduction. I'm glad to join, even if virtually, your forum, and to give you an overview of our work on data standardization for NPL transactions on the secondary markets of NPL. Let me start with a brief history of the NPL templates. It has been a long journey that started with the European Council Action Plan of July 2017. This Council Action Plan invited the DBA, but also the ECB, the European Commission, to propose initiatives in order to strengthen the data infrastructure, the platforms for the development of the NPL secondary markets. So in response to this action plan, DBA published in 2017 its first voluntary version of the NPL data transaction templates, with the aim to facilitate the transactions into the NPL secondary markets through a data standardization. So these templates include all the necessary information to conduct a financial due diligence and a loan valuation for the investors. After this publication, there was a review of these templates in September 2018, another review in 2021 with the publication of a discussion paper by DBA, in order to try to reflect the current market practices. And then in December 2021, with the directive on credit services and purchases, this directive gave DBA the mandate to develop implementing technical standards on the data to be exchanged between the parties involved in a transaction in the NPL market. So what has changed with the ITS, with these implementing technical standards, is that before the templates, the use of the templates was voluntary by the parties. Now they become mandatory with this ITS. Indeed, we We worked on the IFS last year, and we submitted to the Commission these implementing technical standards in December last year. And then there was the adoption process, and now in this September, the ITS was adopted by EU regulation, so it has entered into force, and the applicability is to the new transactions after the entry into force. So now the transaction that can occur now, and they concern only new loans. The directive has set out a specific time window for loans originated on or after July 2018 that become non-performing after December 2021. This means that outside this time window set out by the directive, you can use these templates for the transaction in the NPL market, but the institutions can fill in the templates on a best effort basis. In terms of content and structure, that is the question by Milena, we can say that the FTS were built on the previous voluntary version of the NPL templates, but we have done a significant streamline in terms of number of data fields and in terms of structure of the templates. So now we have a number of data fields that is 129. In the first voluntary version of the NPL, it was more than 400 data fields. So we have a reduction, a significant reduction of the number of data fields. And of these data fields, only 69 data fields are mandatory. So credit institutions shall provide this information to the potential investors. In terms of structure of the templates, we have information on the counterparty, that is the starting point for evaluation process, the identification of the counterparty, the information on the contractual loan agreement, including any lease or forbearance agreement. For secured loans, the information for making evaluation of the collateral, the guarantees. And then also we have the historical collection of repayments for each loan. What I would like to remark is this new regulation, it's a market standard. So it does not introduce any supervisory reporting obligation towards the competent authorities. In building these templates, we have tried to consider the trade-off between the data standardizations in terms of reduction of the information asymmetries, so increase of the efficiency of the markets, and on the other hand, the cost in terms, in particular for credit institutions, to prepare and to collect this information. So we have tried to strike a right balance between the wishes from buy and sell side, and for this reason we have introduced also some proportionality. So we have distinguished between mandatory and non-mandatory data fields. This is the base case. But for specific type of transaction, for in particular small and large ticket NPL, all the data fields are non-mandatory because the use of the templates can be disproportionate, burdensome, and more tailored information are necessary. I would like to conclude here my intervention, and I'm happy to receive any question from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I believe that you have done a great job, that you have decreased the data required. So 69 is quite okay. Okay, now related to how regulators can influence the process, I would like to ask the question to my dear colleague, Petrit Balia, the Chief Executive Officer and member of the Board of Directors of Kosovo Banking Association, with whom, together with Mr. Spiro Brumbuli, Banking Association of Albanian Banks Generalist Secretary. I have a very good cooperation so far, and I'm looking forward to increase the cooperation in the future. Mr. Petrit Balia is a Master of Business Administration, Executive Master in International Association Management, and has a doctorate in finance. Before engaging in Kosovo Banking Association, he gained a valuable professional experience in different prominent banking institutions like Bank of America and Várhelyi Bank. He has also contributed as a professor in academia, locally and internationally, on different subjects, especially capital markets, organizational management, and leadership. His professional focus now as CEO is digital transformation of financial services, sustainable banking and finance, and of course, financial education and inclusion. So, dear Petrit, regulation has expressed concerns about the impact of high inflation on bank placement, and therefore continue to expect banks to have a detailed understanding of potential pressure points in their lending books, anticipating growth in NPLs. So, according to my experience in our markets, which are very conservative, in our countries, the secondary market of NPL can be created rather by the regulators than by the market condition. How is Kosovo in terms of enabling banks to sell off NPLs?
Thank you, Milena, for this presentation. It is a great pleasure to be part of Balkan Economic Forum here in Tirana. Thank you to organizers. Indeed, as you started with the question, inflation is a great eroding factor to wealth and purchasing power, and for sure it will inevitably lead to a higher NPL. And even though Kosovo as a market itself is doing very well and it has shown resilience in this aspect, keeping for at least the last 5 years at 2% of NPL, still we are seeing different vulnerabilities that show up depending on the different stress situations that we encounter. For example, such points of pressure we have seen during the pandemic, where we saw an increase, a significant increase of about 30 percentage points on the NPL. And now we see an increase in the last year due to inflation, which also indicates that inflation is impacting NPL. And so we should be prepared as a market to deal with these situations from time to time as we encounter them. If we look at the development of the NPL portfolio in the region since 2015, we have seen that we were at double digits NPL in the markets, but thankfully, due to regulatory interventions, we have now decreased to around 5% on average in the region, which is comparable to the European Union level of NPL. Now, of course, the reason why we have been able to decrease this such drastically and quickly is due to the regulations that came into place that force financial institutions to write off their NPL at certain intervals. And we comply as a banking sector with this, of course, keeping the NPL percentage, but the write-offs don't disappear after you remove them from a balance sheet. And so we have to deal with that as well at some point. And we really appreciate this approach from different stakeholders in this ecosystem, such as EOS Metrics, that is encouraging us to think about this and how we can deal with that part. In fact, if you look at the nominal value of the NPL in Kosovo, it's about 100 million euros annually, give or take. Before this, last year it was 90 million. It is now around 100 million. So if we think about the region, we are talking about 1 billion euros in NPLs, which is a significant amount, especially considering the current environment of liquidity issues and the current environment of pressures to increase capital adequacy. We were discussing with my friend Spiro from Banking Association of Albania about new pressures that are coming in, especially I think Albania started the first one with MREL standards that will require even higher capital adequacy ratios and going up to above 20% on capital adequacy ratio requirements in a few years. So this means that we need to find ways to inject capital into the system. And as we know, one of the fastest ways to inject capital is to resolve your NPL or deal with your write-offs. So there are some slight differences in the countries in the region in terms of write-off recoveries. Some are doing well, some are not doing so well. In Kosovo, we have about 10 million euros write-offs every year, and we have about 12 million euros in recoveries. So we have a good recovery rate right now, thankfully due to an improvement in the court system, in the enforcement system. So we have much better situations than a few years ago, but still the stock outstanding remains very high, and we have quite a bit of court cases that are unresolved, more than 10,000 court cases that date back to 7-8 years that have to also be looked at in order for us to increase our capital injection into the system. Our loan-to-deposit ratio is also very high these days. It's around 85%, which represents a situation where we need to use any opportunity that we can to create a liquid market. So this topic of liquid secondary markets for NPL transactions is very timely for Kosovo and for the region. And the question is, how do we make this happen? In fact, we discussed with stakeholders for the past 2-3 years what is missing in the legislation, let's say. And we looked at Kosovo's banking association, we reviewed our banking law, and concluded that, in fact, the banking law in Kosovo does not allow for NPL transactions. So together with our legal committees and risk committees, we proposed to the government and to the central bank to include in the new draft dispositions that will allow our banks to engage in NPL transactions. And I'm happy to say that we have the first draft of the banking law, which now includes this disposition. And it's something that has been widely accepted by the central banks, by the regulator and the Ministry of Finance as something which is useful and necessary for our market. So this banking law is expected, at least we are advocating to pass this year, or latest by the first quarter of next year, so we can, at least as banks, have the possibility of engaging into the NPL transactions, and hopefully we also have interested buyers who will operate in the market. So all in all, I think that we are in the right direction, but we have to work a bit faster because, as we mentioned, the capital requirement, the capital adequacy requirements are increasing very fast, and we don't know what lies around the corner in terms of pressure points. I mean, we are already seeing the inflationary pressures that are creating in terms of NPLs, but with this geopolitical situation, you never know what will be the next pressure point. And so having this kind of facilities and possibilities to increase our liquidity is really important. So Kosovo, but also I think we are very right in terms of observing this regionally. And I'm very thankful to the Balkan Economic Forum for engaging at a regional level. We have to really be ready for these new requirements that will be according to the European Union standards as we are going in that direction, so that we are ready when those requirements put the pressure, we can do this cash injection into, capital injection into the market. That will be so useful. Thank you.
So these are very good news related to the new law on banks in Kosovo. Finally, I would like to call Mr. David Giori. Did I pronounce properly? Okay. Chief Executive Officer of Banking Reports London, who is a globally known financial technology trainer, author, consultant, and keynote speaker. He provides top quality fintech training for Balkans, for bankers all over the world. He is a top 50 global thought leader and influencer on fintech. He is co-author of 5 internationally published books and has provided advanced training programs face-to-face as well as online in 50+ countries in 5 years. He holds multiple key international positions: founding member of the World FinTech Association, International Resource Director of the Asian Banker Group, member of the panel of judges of the International Excellence in Retail Financial Services Program, as well as a member of the panel of judges of the Financial Technology Innovation Awards Program. He spends significant time in Budapest, where we have met first time, London, as well as the Adriatics. And when you try to contact him, there is a very low chance to find him because probably he's delivering one of his bestseller training programs to leading bankers in one of the 50+ countries that he is actively working now. So, David, it seems that the market sentiment is leaning toward a largely surge of NPL portfolio given the unsteady macroeconomics outlook. We would like to wrap up our panel, our discussion today with you, hearing your points on our topic about the importance of a deep and liquid secondary market for NPL transaction, with special overview on the status in the Balkan region and how to develop it in our, as we mentioned before, very traditionally conservative-based banking system.
Can you hear me? Even in the back? Yes? Great, perfect. Thank you, Milena, for the great introduction. It's true that I am traveling all around the world. In the past 10 years, I have worked in 60 countries. For example, tomorrow I'm traveling back to the UK again after a long break because I will actually moderate a panel, so I know that your work is hard now, at the largest financial services event in London. The panel will be about the future of banking, 3,500 people. Then I will go to Cyprus and so on. And everywhere I try to learn a little bit. And one of my lessons from the Balkans region, I have many lessons I have learned and I keep learning, is that in fact, in many aspects, having a more conservative banking system is something good. Okay, getting NPLs off your balance sheet, having a vivid, flamboyant, live secondary NPL market is okay. In fact, it makes banks more conservative. It's a choice in the risk-return matrix. Anyway, I want to express my thankfulness to Mr. Sasho Kjosev for organizing this amazing forum where we can exchange our perceptions. I see many friendly faces and many great colleagues, and I am very thankful for the participation of the audience. I also want to thank for the online viewers for being with us internationally. I have 7 key points. Milena, can I share? Perfect, great news. So,
you're welcome.
These 7 points are about a little bit of a gap analysis, okay? So how the Balkans region can become more excellent or even more excellent in providing necessary and sufficient conditions for amazing, efficient, liquid, lively secondary NPL market. First, 7 bullet points, okay? First one, better infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure? For example, less cash. The Balkans is, so to speak, it's not a good metaphor, the Mecca of cash, the Mecca of cash societies. So first of all, we want less cash. Why? Do we dislike cash? No, we like cash. We want less cash because that provides more transparency. And more transparency is the basis of responsible lending, and responsible lending is the basis of moderate NPL rates, and having moderate NPL rates is the basis of managing the entire risk portfolio professionally and efficiently. Another one about the infrastructure. Asset ownership. Who owns what? You know, a couple of months ago, I have had the privilege to sit down with a mortgage expert in one of the Balkans countries. And she told me, David, you know, for example, in certain countries in the Balkans region, there is no single residential dwelling, residential real estate, where everything is 100% perfect, fair, and square on paper, matching physical reality. Zero. Okay, maybe she was exaggerating, something like this. But, you know, when I read about certain issues, what I find is that the market, in fact, here is very professional, responsible, and flexible. Because still mortgage lending can happen, and it can happen in a mostly responsible and mature and smart way. Or judicial system and precedents in the judicial system, reliability, speed of the judicial system, or for example, credit scoring, credit agencies, extensive, up-to-date, complex, big credit information, negative, positive, personal, and corporate, and so on. And I can go on and on and on. So the first bullet point is to have a better infrastructure. The second one is to have adequate regulatory background. And actually, we can learn from the European Union in this aspect, and also some regional players are introducing very smart regulations. Obviously, banks should be able to use a secondary NPL market in a transparent, professional, efficient way. And always, in banking, it's always the best to have two hands, not only a right hand or not only a left hand, but to be ambidextrous, to have a solution in-house. Can we deal with delinquent non-performing loans in-house? Of course we can. Are we excellent? Of course we are excellent. But do we have a second choice? Of course we have a second choice. And the two together, meaning being ambidextrous, being equally skillful with both hands, is the best optimal solution. So far we had better infrastructure, adequate regulatory background. The third one is less dogmatism. I see a stigma around getting non-performing loans too much exposed in certain situations and getting them off the balance sheet through a secondary market by definition requires full or near full transparency. Let us not be dogmatic. Credit risks have been around for 5,000 years, ever since grain loans in Assyria. It's okay, we cannot get it right 100 out of 100 times. We can get it right 99 out of 100 times, let's say. Okay, so less dogmatism. Then, knowledge about credit risks. This is my fourth bullet point. Okay, we bankers, we have enough knowledge and expertise on credit risks, even though, as I am going around the world, all in all, my expression is that bankers of the world in general must keep learning deeper and broader about credit risks. It's a very complex topic with surprising twists and turns. But when I say knowledge on credit risks, what I in fact mean is the knowledge of the borrowers. You know, when we offload the non-performing loans and it gets into the hands of a third party, it is especially extremely important that the borrower knows what's happening, why it's happening, how it's happening, why it is ethical, legal, why it is happening. So borrowers have to learn about credit risks, and that is the basis of peaceful and socially consensual lending practices and, very strong word, foreclosing practices. If a borrower knows what's coming and why it's coming and knew that it can come at the time of signing that credit agreement with the financial services provider, then all of this process statistically will be smoother. So in my humble opinion, we have a great opportunity to communicate with the borrowers before they borrow, during they borrow, and after they have repaid their loan, hopefully before it turns into any non-performing asset. Okay, this was number 4. Number 5 is additional regional cooperation. We have this Balkan Economic Forum. Why is it Balkan Economic Forum? Because we are in the Balkans region. Why is the Balkans region so great? For many reasons, but one of the reasons is that it's a region with unique cultural background, unique people, unique history, unique flavor, unique foods, unique dressing, unique languages, and let's use it as a region. For a large global investor, it's much better to invest into the future of a region. And we are tied together. We see leading politicians not preaching, sorry for the word, talking in a very intelligent way about regional cooperation. Do we like that? Of course we like that. But let's bring it to our level. And we will. It's happening. So, additional regional cooperation. My next bullet point is very interesting. New credit cycles. Why do we need new credit cycles? I tell you an anecdote. I work a lot in Southeast Asia. You mentioned that I'm International Resource Director of the Asian Banker Group, headquartered in Singapore. And I have had the privilege, especially before the pandemic, to do a lot of work in China. Look at the official NPL numbers of major Chinese lenders. And when I am talking about major Chinese lenders, I am talking about $1 trillion plus balance sheets each. And those NPL numbers were so consistently, persistently, impressively super low that I always came up with alternative narratives. And in China, when I come up with these alternative narratives, it's not a very polite thing, then I always hear the argument, David, we have special lending formulas, our lending algorithms, our risk management is better. Chinese bankers keep telling me with great self-confidence. You know what I answer? Have you been in the past 20 years since consumer lending has been exponentially red flag, exponential credit origination, has been exponentially growing in China. Have you been through a credit cycle? No. Then how do you know your risk formulas are so good? Now, when I go to London tomorrow, and I go to the city of London, and I am facing many people, I will talk to people who have been sitting in the city of London. And the city of London, the square mile, has been unchanged basically since the early Middle Ages. Not physically, in terms of being one of the international financial centers of the world. And they have been through minimum 50 full credit cycles under market economy circumstances. You know, when I burn my fingers, first time I burn, then second, third, but after 5-10 times I realize how to play with the fire in a more safe way. And my final 7th bullet point is successful EU integration process. My fellow Hungarian, Mr. Várhelyi, has been talking about it in a much nicer way. I am originally Hungarian. So these are my 7 bullet points. Milena, I know our time is short, but can you give me 1 more minute? 1 more minute, okay? All right, so let's just look at these 7 bullet points quickly again, okay? In these 7 bullet points, there is a hidden message. Honestly, there is. I will help you, okay, to spot this hidden message. Are you ready? Okay, watch the initials, okay, the first letter of my bullet points, okay? So you are the detectives, okay? You have to find the answer. My first bullet point is better, better infrastructure. My second bullet point is adequate legal background, regulatory background. My third one is less dogmatism. My fourth one is knowledge on credit risks, not for bankers, we know about credit risks, for the borrowers. Then comes additional regional cooperation. Then comes N, new credit cycles. And what is the last one? Exactly, S. You have proactively found the answer. Successful EU integration. And now, all of us together, just now, just for Sasho, let's shout out the answer.
Balkans.
1, 2, 3.
Balkans.
Exactly, that's why we are here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for making this panel very, very successful. Thank you to all the panelists, and I believe that all here today has somehow contributed to get idea that the importance of deep and liquid secondary market for NPL transaction is something that it is for better future. Thank you. Now, according to the instruction of the organizer, I will give you a certificate.
Elvin Meka. Herjola Spahiu. Petrit Balija. And David Giori.
And we will
Lydia
send
was
to
online.
Lydia.
Yes. Thank you, Milena. Yes. It was very interesting second panel of this Balkan Economic Forum 2023, and now just before we go for small lunch bites, I would like to invite all the participants of the panels, all the moderators and key speakers to join me on the stage to take this family photo of Balkan Economic Forum 2023. So please join with me. Hi everyone. We can slowly start with the remaining of the panels. And since we are back in the conference hall, I would like to announce the third panel, which is titled Corporate Policy Development, a Precondition for Smooth Integration of the Region in the European Market. It's a panel organized by the European Business Association from North Macedonia. And having this in mind, I would like to invite the moderator of this panel, Professor Agim Mamuti, BEF Ambassador to Albania, and the speakers to take their respective places. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. Hi to everyone. Today I'm honored to moderate the next panel of the Balkans Economic Forum with the topic Corporate Policy Development, a precondition for smooth integration of the region in the European markets. Thank you very much to the dear Professor Kjosev for giving me this opportunity and organizing this important forum. Our panelists are very distinguished professionals coming from well-known institutions and from different countries, from the region, Europe, and from US. And you have had the chance to learn more details about them in the last few days through the social media. Now, please allow me to invite on the stage the key speaker of this panel, Mr. Lech Kadeli. He is an Associate Chief Financial Officer at the US Environmental Protection Agency. Please, Mr. Kadeli. The first panelist I would like to invite is Ms. Ledia Mucho. Dr. Ledia Mucho, please join the stage. She is an economic and trade advisor at the EU delegation in Albania. The next panelist that I would like to invite is Ms. Antje Wandelt. She is the director of AHK for North Macedonia and delegate of German industry for North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Albania. Please take a seat. The next panelist is Ms. Bilgen Andan, the CEO of BKTP and the chair of International Chamber of Commerce in Albania. The fourth panelist is Mr. Victor Mizo, the Managing Director of Coastal North Macedonia and Vice President for Governmental Affairs at Coastal Group. And Mr. Sanel Kusturica, the CEO of Sparkasse Bank of North Macedonia. So, for the sake of the time, I would like to invite the key speaker, Mr. Lech Kadeli. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Wow. Good afternoon. Merdita. Dobry dan, dobry den, dzień dobry. I'm not sure which one would be appropriate, but maybe all of them. I want to begin by extending a thank you to the organizers of the forum, the current chair, Mr. Kjosev, to my fellow panel members, who, at least the ones I've been able to talk to so far, are very impressive. Please note that my comments today are my own and do not necessarily reflect the posture of my agency nor my government. One of the wonderful things I have to say as a government official at times. I particularly appreciate being back in the region where I've had the opportunity to work with public and private organizations to address environmental and public health challenges. Working at the community level, I've experienced a collaborative spirit that focused on cross-border challenges faced by these communities. And facilitating engagements where these communities could work together was rewarding and offered insights important to the region's effort at progressing towards greater integration. In the Western Balkans, there are many opportunities where a collaborative and creative spirit to address common challenges are calling. Achieving common goals in the face of socioeconomic and environmental issues such as economic disparities, climate change, air quality pollution, the need for greater economic development, and others, is critical. Of course, there are dynamics that inhibit collaboration and work against integration, hindering progress. These include conflicts and their economic and political impacts across the region and more broadly across Europe, and the political realities in the region that work against collaboration and integration, requiring solutions and requiring resolution. This afternoon's topic of corporate policy development, a precondition for smooth integration of the region into the EU markets, has many facets which this panel could focus on. And I don't come as an expert about EU integration. That's why we have all the distinguished panel members sitting to my left. But I do want to cover a number of elements that reflect where progress can be made. Reducing trade barriers, addressing the challenge of fragmented markets, economic and institutional connectivity, environmental social governance mechanisms, and reforms, which we've heard a lot about already. Broadening risk sharing, particularly in financial markets, increasing participation in global value chains, and there's a particular way to engage those global value chains, improving health and well-being, and lastly, optimizing the policy and the regulatory context. I will touch on a few of these areas, not all of them, that can benefit the region and pattern approaches with broader application regarding regional and deeper transnational EU integration. Let me begin by talking about optimizing the policy and regulatory context. Effective regulatory governance is important to creating the framework in order to address the policy challenge faced by governments. Regulatory policy can help or hinder the journey towards sustainable growth, benefiting the communities in this region. There's a great deal of complexity associated with developing appropriate regulatory regime. This becomes more so for Western Balkans as they work towards greater integration. Corporate policy development does not occur in a vacuum, but must navigate the regulatory and policy environment. The business community, along with the citizens in the communities of the Western Balkans, have a role in ensuring governments achieve public policy goals along with effective regulatory policies. At the end of the day, necessary to achieve sustained economic growth, working systematically towards effective management of increasing complex policy goals, and also engaging society and demonstrating the benefit and value of these regulations and these policies. I'm from EPA, so I do need to talk a little bit about environmental impacts, and clearly mitigating air quality pollution in this region does offer economic and public health benefits. Air quality may be the leading environmental risk factor for many of the major cities in the Western Balkans. For example, in February of 2021, a major city in the region had the worst air quality rating of any major city in the entire world. Wow. I'm not going to mention any names of cities. I don't intend to shame anybody, but it's a challenge we all have. Air quality is affecting public health in 3/4 of the capitals in the region. It also contributes to the largest share of disability and death. One of the countries in the region experienced 175 deaths from pollution per 100,000 individuals of population in 2019, which ranked ninth globally. We understand it's not good to be at that end of the spectrum. in any competition like that. There's also higher proportions of premature deaths regionally, equaling out to 4 to 19% of total regional deaths compared to EU member states. That's a significant impact on society. Reduction in air pollution, the benefits. These communities will realize greater economic efficiencies and benefits associated with innovations. One country in the region is expected to see 15% energy savings in annual electricity demand as a result of mitigation efforts. There's a reduction in healthcare costs and burden, resulting in less money spent on medical expenses and treatment. There's lower employee absenteeism, reducing impacts on businesses. And there's significant climate co-benefits related to particulate matter reductions, for example. Another area that offers opportunity is reductions in border delays. I was visiting the region a couple of years ago, and my uncle was in Montenegro, and I was in Shkodër, the northern part of Albania, and he was visiting the beach, Olchin, during the summertime, so I just wanted to quickly go have a dinner with him. He said, don't come. The border crossing was a 5-hour experience. So 10 hours of border crossing experience for a 1-hour lunch was not practical at that day, even though I missed the opportunity with my uncle. That's a real world example of what's happening with regards to delays in cross-border commerce. Recent average gap in terms of waiting time is 3 hours longer in the Western Balkans than in OECD economies. Roughly 26 million wasted hours per year of truck drivers' time. Implementing such steps as modernization of payment systems, trade facilitation reforms, infrastructure upgrades to border crossing points, and greater alignment towards EU approach could add as much as 3% to 10% in GDP for countries in the Balkans. And in particular, the greater integration with the EU, the higher that number goes. Another opportunity for the region relates to modernization of the payment and money transfer system. Roughly 12 billion euros come into the region in remittances annually. The World Bank has estimated that as much as 500 million euros are lost annually because of the inefficiencies and greater costs to move funds in the Western Balkans versus the rest of the EU. These losses could be reduced by modernizing the payment system closer to the EU standards. Environmental, social, and governance standards. We heard earlier today from the first panel about where the Western Balkans stand with regard to the ESG agenda and with respect to sustainable financing. I'd like to reiterate ESG's importance in corporate policy development for market integration. Broadly, incorporating ESG standards further enables participating economies while pushing sustainability in a greater fashion. We're talking about more than just financial performance, of course. They offer pathways and approaches for achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. The UNDP has indicated that over 80% of investors look at ESG standards of companies when looking to invest. 80%. Better risk management, ability to decrease operational costs, create opportunities for stronger competitive advantages, accessibility to new markets, and lastly, improving the trust. And I can't underscore how important this is. Improving the trust, accountability, and transparency of a particular organization. Lastly, I'd like to briefly just touch on the challenge of transnational integration and the shoals that need to be navigated by the economies of the Western Balkans and companies in the Western Balkans. And I look forward to hearing what my colleague on the panel, Victor, may have to say in this area. Not putting you on the spot at all, but he has some experience with this. The challenges for companies in this region, small and fragmented markets impacting ability to attract foreign investment, resource availability, the strength of institutions in the Western Balkans, evidenced by social cohesion or the lack of social cohesion, and evidenced by effective governance and associated institutions. Excuse me. The ability of and nature of participating in global value chains. What does that look like for companies in the region? Ability and nature of repeating myself, and the domestic political conditions, which are a large obstacle in some of the countries in this region. Conditions for great success require meeting these challenges. EU investment and support, the strengthening of the governmental and private sector institutions, pursuing strategies that leverage and grow competitive advantages, the challenge of deep integration and the strategies to achieve that versus shallow integration and the strategies that result in that, and effectively addressing domestic political conditions. So let me conclude by saying there's more work and more hard work ahead for the people, the private and public sectors, and the leaders from this region. I'm optimistic. I hope you are too, and look forward to hearing the wisdom of the panel. Back to you, Dr. Mamouti.
Thank you, Mr. Kadeli, for your insightful speech. Now we will start the discussion with our distinguished panelists. First, I would like to invite to take the floor Mr. Sanel Kosturica, the CEO of sh.a Bank. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. It's really, I have to say...
excuse me, Mr. Kosturica. As I mentioned at the beginning, for the sake of the time, because we are already late with the agenda, I will not ask particular questions to each of the panelists, but the main two key questions will be same for all 5 panelists. And my first key question is actually, what is the current situation on corporate policy development? And since you are coming from different fields, what are your predictions that something will change in near future? So this will be my main 2 questions for all of my panelists, as I mentioned, for the sake of the time, and each panelist has 10 minutes to deliver their thoughts and opinion on this issue. Thank you.
I can do it now. Oh. So again, what I wanted to say that is for me big honor and pleasure to be in front of you and also meet many people who are really the experts in these ESG topics. Because I'm not expert in ESG topics. I'm simply a banking manager doing what a banking manager is doing, but the one who is aware of these topics, and I would say not only aware, but I bought it, you know, I believe in it, really. But you know, whenever when someone invites you to the conference, then usually invites you to, that you share some experience, of course. And in this particular case, because we are talking about the corporate, the government's policies, also to share or to say the view about what's happening in your country. I have to say that in most of the time, I was occupied internally with my topic, ESG topic, connected with my company. And this is something that we need to do. We are the bank, we are part of the banking group, you know, of the big one, Erste Group. I think that most of you, you know what Erste Group is doing and how serious they are about this topic. We have the slogan that we believe in future, and we have vision that we build financial health, and everything that we do is really pretty much, and we are trying to do pretty much in line with this, what is our vision and what is our slogan. We are part of this group, and of course that we have our internal agenda, ESG agenda, and we are working on this agenda very seriously. And we are focused mostly on that, how to be ESG fit, you know, to build capacities in order to come to this position. Because to to come in position to advise the clients and to guide them to help them or to guide them through this process, first you need to be fit, and we are not fit. We are working on that to be fit, but we are still not fit. Why I'm saying this is because when I come to when someone invites you on a conference, then you start to investigate things that you usually don't do because you are so much focused on your microcosmos. You are trying to do everything which is in line with your agenda to fulfill this agenda. And of course, the first thing that you do, you go to Google. Of course, you Google it. If you Google it ESG, you will have millions and millions of the pages, of course, and everything. But if you narrow it a little bit and then you put the government and, I don't know, choose which one in the region, and ESG regulation, this number of pages dramatically went down. You know, it's cut dramatically. So I'm coming from North Macedonia. By the way, I'm not originally from North Macedonia. You don't know because I speak English. I'm from Bosnia originally, but for the last 2.5 years or a little bit more, I've been, I have to say I've been blessed really to work in this beautiful country, so I'm very happy that I'm there. But concerning ESG topics, I investigated a little bit, of course, and because I don't remember days that much, I will just list a few from my point of view, very important things, which are, from my point of view, more or less sum up of what was achieved or what has been done on this area of corporate policy. So a long time ago, or maybe not that long time ago, 2015, North Macedonia government also was part of this Paris Agreement. We signed it. Later on, ratification happened in 2017. So since that time, we gave certain commitment. As a part of that commitment, there is a part of that deal is actually that you have to deliver, that you have pledged something actually, that you should come with a certain agenda, with a pledge, with the decision of the government to do certain things. The latest one was in 2021, called this climate pledge. And there are some goals in this climate pledge that was delivered. And one of them is that we will, in North Macedonia, have 82% of reduction of the greenhouse emission until 2030, which is very close, and that we will be net zero emission until 2050, which is more or less EU goal, you know, and we are trying to get that train. In order to do it, amongst other things, the government pledged that they will bring 63 policies. 63 policies. Do you want list or no? And this is, of course, is going to be also implemented. That they are going to heavily promote, of course, and invest in this greening economy, in making more green economy, and on that way get additional 8,000 new employees just in this segment, and many other things. So many other things. In 2020, North Macedonia signed also this Green Deal, or how they call it, Green Agenda for Western Balkan, as a part of EU Green Deal. It was signed in I think it was in Sofia 2020. And also government brings certain strategies, you know, in order to achieve something like that. I will go to one very concrete things that happened. This is also concrete, but let's see implementation, how it's going to go. But in 2021, and this is really, I think, nice achievement, is that with the support, I think, with EBRD, that Macedonian Stock Exchange brought basically this corporate governance code, which, in short, it's obligatory for the publicly traded company, and they need to really have this. They need to actually to tackle and to report basically also these ESG issues, ESG things, which are very important for the country. Unfortunately, this is now obligatory only for the publicly traded company, of course. This is just few points. Feeling in the country, and also if you look some numbers, is that the country is going in the right direction concerning this green transition. Of course, about dynamics we can talk, we can discuss, is it dynamic good or bad, because you need to also invest a lot in infrastructure. But what we see is that at least there is a huge awareness on these topics, and I think that also the government and all other stakeholders, they are pretty much on the same boat here. I'm happy that yesterday, or I don't know when was it, the day before yesterday, I read somewhere that EBRD, probably with few other banks, is going to finance this replacement of coal plants, two big ones. Its investment of more than 4 billion euros is going to be financed by EBRD, and is going to be replaced by green energy, renewable energy plants. Is going to produce 1.8 gigabyte, I think, of the energy, and this is quite big news. Just to try to sum up. So there is a development. This is also positive development. I think that big driver to this development and which is going to speed up these activities is the fact that North Macedonia is really committed to these EU integrations, and it's going to for sure accelerate also this area, because ESG is becoming part of this package. If this was not part of the package some years ago, when other members become members or countries becomes member of EU, now this is clearly part of the package, and this is for sure is going to help. The other things which is going to help is that the fact is that most of our trade partners and even investor countries, they are countries who are already far away in this topic. So basically, if you have trade partners or any partners, or if you want to have investors for the different countries or partners, suppliers, buyers, and others, you will need to fit to this. If you want to export in the other countries, you will need to fit to this ESG criteria, and this is also going to influence significantly and speed up this process. And of course, financial sector role. This is very, very important role, because financial sector is in the region. It's even the one thing is supervision and regulation that's going to be brought in most of the countries, in all countries, by the national banks, by regulators. But the other thing is that we have international banks, the banks who are also coming from this, most of them from EU countries, also from the other countries. So banks, they need also to accommodate to these rules, and on this way, it's going to influence also their risk policies and the way how they do their business. From my point of view, the biggest challenges are dynamic. I think that whoever expects, that we, first of all, in order to become member of EU, you need to fit to many standards, And now suddenly we say, yes, we don't fit to these standards. We are going to work on that for many years, but concerning ESG, we expect that you catch the train very fast. I don't think it's realistic. I think it needs to be really realistically evaluated, because if this would be too strict, and I'm talking from the bank perspective, because there are already colleagues from some banking groups, they are so strict on this topic already, so they are starting to have issues with the clients on certain markets. So if we would be too strict on these topics, with dynamic, this is not realistic. This could also potentially have, at least in the midterm, could have some negative consequences, which we don't want to have. So I think we need really to be very clear on this agenda, on this boat, but we need to see what is the proper dynamic and how to do it and how to build up all this infrastructure that is necessary to be fit in this area. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kostunica, for sharing your thoughts and opinion from the banking sector perspective on the topic of corporate policy development. Now I would like to invite Ms. Lidia Mucho, the Economic and Trade Advisor of EU delegation in Albania, and to hear her short analysis regarding the smooth integration of the region or the Western Balkans countries into the European markets. Ms. Mucho, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today and see still a room full of interested people, professionals, colleagues who want to continue the discussion and to listen to sharing of views from different perspectives. I'd like also to thank the organizers for the event and for inviting us at this panel, and I'm glad to be in this panel with the distinguished panelists. So, as it was mentioned in the morning session, but also now, our region has entered into a phase of EU integration when all what is required from our countries is speeding up reforms, strengthening cross-border and regional cooperation, and upgrading the level playing field for businesses to be able to grow and internationalize in the regional and in the EU markets. So, from what I've also discussed today, but also thinking of what we've gone through policy review sessions within the Albanian context and the EU integration process, we hear a lot of keywords like internationalization, value chain, green and digital transformation, sustainability, and access to single market. In a similar regional event we had a week ago, where topic was on trade facilitation, as our keynote speaker mentioned, the connectivity and the economy of scales is very important and challenging. There, representatives of businesses from our region and the customs officials were discussing about trade facilitation, customs to business interaction to make possible that there is easiness in doing business within our region, that there is liberalization of trade in services, strengthening of the quality of infrastructure and improvement of market access to e-commerce. All these are some of the essentials that would definitely help the integration and development of the regional market. And as the professor mentioned, we have to aim for a regional market, the Balkans market. So to come back to the question on where we are. So this is the perspective, but where we are now. So we're lucky to see, at least from my point of view, that to be in a comfortable position because the European Commission just published the annual report for all the enlargement countries. And the annual report usually gives a perspective of where the countries are vis-a-vis their process towards EU integration, and also issues recommendations for each of the countries. So it was our President von der Leyen who published this enlargement package and the annual reports for each country, and she also, on the same time, announced the big growth plan for which you heard our Commissioner Várhelyi speaking in the morning. So to summarize a bit more in general context, an overall assessment for our countries is that the level and speed of convergence between the Western Balkans and the EU is not satisfactory. That means a lot more is needed in terms of reform processes and in terms of also infrastructure building and investment to be able to reach further ahead to the convergence objectives. If I stop a bit and speak about Albania more practically, Albania, as it was assessed by the annual report, is in the level of preparation to cope with competitive pressure and market forces within the European Union market, and has made some structural reforms in the energy market, transport infrastructure, digitalization, and education. However, significant gaps with the regional and European levels remain. So although we all recognize the fact that it's not easy to move ahead with the reform and deal with challenges, it's still important to continue and to keep in mind that all together we will be able to progress towards this big, let's say, objective of EU integration. So, more specifically, Albania still needs to accelerate progress to complete legal alignment in the areas of free movement of goods, company law, corporate governance, as well as in the area of SME policy, including on developing the corporate governance code, which was mentioned here, aligning with the directive on cross-border cooperation and the one on corporate sustainability reporting. So why I'm mentioning this is because when we speak about what is the level of the corporate legislation now and what we want to achieve, it's important to see that we cannot expect that the businesses themselves reshape and transform everything on their own, because there is need that there are some regulators doing their own part, and that's why it's important to see where is the basic legislative framework in our countries, and then how to see to help the businesses to move ahead with these transitioning reforms. So without stopping more on this, because in the annual report, for example, specific chapter 6 on company law speaks about the level of alignment of Albanian legislation on corporate law, on reporting, financial reporting, on the corporate social responsibilities, and the level of alignment with the EU directive. And I mean, those who are familiar with the report, this is a language which is common to all the countries. So all the countries go through the same kind of analysis and assessment of how each legislation is aligned with those directives. And the last one that was mentioned also today was the one on 2022 EU directive on corporate sustainability reporting. So I just wanted to say that as what is important now to see is that more and more the countries move ahead with addressing these challenges that would in a way enable them to benefit also from the offer of the growth plan. As it was mentioned by Commissioner Várhelyi, and I don't want to go to each of the aspects of the growth plan, but just to recall a bit the first pillar that he mentioned. And it relates to enhancing economic integration with the European Union single market. And there are 7 priority actions under this first pillar for which countries will have to move forward with the reforms and make possible to benefit from the whole growth plan for Western Balkans. And it includes free movement of goods, free movement of services and workers, access to single euro payment area, facilitation of road transport, integration and decarbonization of energy markets, digital single market, and integration into industrial supply chains. So I think with all these elements that I mentioned, I am summarizing a bit of what was discussed in the first 2 panels from distinguished panelists speaking about the financial sector, but also how the financial sector drives also the private sector companies in the way they behave. They try to cope with the sustainable development requirements and be more responsive. So I think I'm coming to the conclusion to say that although there is a lot of support from and focus from the governments of our region, but also support from the EU institutions, also providing access to financing means for achieving these reforms, public investment is not enough to get us through these green, digital, industrial, and demographic transitions. So they have to crowd in private investment in climate actions, research and development, innovation, skills training, and infrastructure. Therefore, it's a very important, crucial role of financial institutions, though some of them we already had in the first panel today, to supporting these initiatives. And as we heard, the change and transformation in the big financial institutions will lead the businesses towards their progressing along the sustainable development. So to conclude, I would like to say that as we move towards the EU integration, the government reform agendas can succeed if supported by sustainable and innovative private initiatives. As we stand at the crossroads of environmental sustainability and with vision, dedication, and commitment, businesses can and should be a force for positive change in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mucho, for sharing with us the operational preconditions, let me say, for a smooth integration of the region into the European markets. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Wandel, the delegate of German industry in the region, more concretely in North Macedonia, Albania, and Kosovo. And let's hear her analysis or views from a German perspective of the corporate policy development of the region. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm also very grateful for the opportunity to participate today. Thank you very much to the organizers. And I want to speak more concretely also about corporate policies. As mentioned before, corporate policy defines the guidelines for companies' business practice. And in recent years, we saw that the importance has increased considerably, and above all when a company is integrated in the European but also in the global market. It's not longer possible to avoid to define the guidelines in your company. There's a lot of about values and harmonizing the values of the stakeholders of a company. The stakeholders have a very important role in this guidelines. And today's stakeholders are not only customers or providers, but also the whole supply chain, and very important also the civil society. Yeah? I have spent the past 20 years working for the German Chamber Network in Latin America. That's why my Spanish is a little bit rusty after speaking only Spanish for 20 years, but it's improving. Yeah, but it's also very interesting maybe to share some experiences. In my former target countries, Chile and Peru, for example, the mining industry is a central engine of the national economy. And I have been able to observe, for example, especially in recent years, how the importance of enterprise policy has increased drastically. It is now a basic prerequisite also for being able to survive as company in your industry, in your market. And this applies not only to the companies themselves, but also to all their business partners. No? The main focus is environmental compatibility, sustainable management of resources, for example, such as water and energy, but also working conditions, for example, for the labor force, and the social responsibility towards the surrounding population. It's very related to ESG. We already spoke a lot about this today. But coming back to corporate policy is not longer an option, it's a must for every company. Here in Balkan region, but in general for every company which want to make business with Europe especially. No? It's prerequisite for meeting the demands of the international investment funds. It's also financing today without corporate policy very difficult to find. And also is important for the final consumer. If we only take the example, for example, of materials for components for automotive industry, something very concrete, for example, copper cables. No? It is that both the car company and also the automotive suppliers, many of which we have also production here in the Balkan region, up to the buyer of the car itself, who also claims that his car is produced sustainably. And at least most of the buyers, not all still, but this is a tendency which will increase in the whole world. The same applies also for components produced here in the Balkan region. Sustainability plays really a central role in the corporate policy. My experience here in the region so far still very few after 6 months, but is that there are already a number of companies that implement sustainability concepts. And I don't just mean large forage investors here, but also a number of local small and middle-sized companies. The main focus is, for example, using photovoltaic energy, waste management, but few of them really have defined a corporate policy. Normally, the only few messages they are implemented. We was talking about that we are generally not fit here, maybe, but there are also some examples of companies which are fit. Here in Durrës, for example, not far from here, I got to know a very modern local production company that has incorporated sustainability principles into their corporate policy and also lives it. For example, this starts with the production of sustainable energy for their own consume, energy-efficient processes, waste management, and also good working conditions. And a very nice example also, for example, they have organic production of food for the canteen, for their employees. An important aspect of a successful corporate policy is that it is supported by all employees, not only by the general management. The same applies also to compliance. I prefer to talk about compliance, not about corruption. We know that it's a big challenge also for this region. In Latin America, it was also a big challenge, and is still. Compliance and transparency are now also part of every corporate policy in Europe. For example, the guidelines are set out in a code of ethics and should also communicate it transparently internally and also externally. Compliance is often associated with the relationship between companies and the public sector, as public institutions, but compliance has to start and starts really in the company. And it's also important that it's a continuous process and is also part of the relationship with customers and suppliers, private suppliers and also public suppliers. It's also important and often demanded to show to you or your European business partners how you implement the corporate policy, not only to have the paper, also to have really that you are also practicing this policy. This has a lot to do with education and continuous training of employees, for example. Many companies, for example, appoint compliance officers. If we are speaking about compliance, this compliance officer, for example, coordinate the measures with the company and can provide also guidance and is also disponible for questions. Finally, corporate policy has to be also corporate culture. In the future, you are frequently asked by their European business partners, also the banks, about your corporate policy. with regard to sustainability, but also to compliance. It will also play an increasingly important role in the investment decisions of German and European companies, whether they can implement it, their company sustainability guidelines here. We spoke about this too, it was mentioned. It's very important also for the investment framework here in the region. The United European New Supply Chain Act for companies within more than 250 employees, and also the introduction of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, will have a big influence on this. No? The CBAM will gradually tax certain high-emission goods from third countries when important into the European Union, and this is also applied to our region here. As a result, the demands on the region and its companies will increase, for example, the need of green energy metrics, production and logistic processes with low carbon emissions, resource efficiency, especially water, energy, and also raw materials. And finally, it's also reflected in circular economy in general. The countries of the Balkan generally offer good conditions and really for implementing this kind of measures. For example, to share the renewable energy in the energy matrix is increasing. No? And in many investment projects, photovoltaic system and heat pumps for air conditioning, I saw some examples here in North Macedonia, for example, are being integrated here in the local companies, while other projects are being retrofitted. Also in the reinvestment projects is is applied. No? The topic of recycling is still a challenge here, in my opinion, but with a great potential. And there even more supportive framework conditions are needed here in the region. And maybe it's also opportunity to look for more regional cooperation, because a lot of countries are very small, and sometimes it's difficult to implement, for example, a plant for a recycling plant, no, only for one country. But maybe we can share here some opportunities. And finally, I would like to come back to the role of stakeholders in corporate policy. Sustainability cannot be viewed in isolation. You talked about this, and cannot be implemented alone. And in terms of sustainability, this also means for companies not only to demand, but also to support their suppliers and providers in the introduction of sustainability principles or of corporate policy, to train and to motivate the employees to carry these principles into their families and the communities too. And as company, you are also part of an ecosystem of your immediately surroundings. So therefore, cooperation with local governments and neighborhood organizations should also be part of your company, of your corporate policy. And as important as the deeds is the report. It was a big, it was an issue also in most of the presentations today, to be able to prove also to your European business partner that the directives have been implemented. And next step, I think it's very important to exchange experience. We are doing this today too, and following the best practices. I think we are not starting from zero here. There are a lot of interesting and best practices, and maybe it's also a task of our business associations here, chambers, to offer assistance, to offer training programs, to help to share this experience. So there are also a lot of things to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wandelt. Now let's see the developments from Turkish perspective, and I would like to invite Ms. Aldan to share her thoughts on corporate.
Should I use my presentation there, here?
Just a second. I would like to ask any of the IT support.
It's okay, I can say next time.
Okay,
Okay.
it's ready.
Good afternoon, thank you for inviting me. Hope everybody is okay. First of all, I would like to give some perspective why I'm talking here and with what hat I'm talking here. I am not going to bring the Turkish experience currently, but I'm Turkish indeed. I've been living in Tirana close to 3 years. I was lucky enough to be an executive in 2 of the most regulated sectors. One of them is telco. I used to be the CEO of Alp Telecom, which was part of a Turkish conglomerate. Currently, I am the board of advisors of BALKANS, which is the biggest bank in Albania and running 3rd place in Kosovo. And also, we newly established a new company, which is an EMI, to facilitate the payments in more digital format. I am CEO of BALKANS Pay, licensed in Albania currently, hope to be licensed in the region soon. Today, I am disclosing also, I am not talking with these heads. I'm talking with chair of ICC Albania head, because I think what we delivered in ICC, especially in ESG studies and EU integration, represents some realities for Albania. And I believe they might be mostly similar in Macedonia or the other regional parties. If we can go to the next slide, please. For 2 years in the association, we are trying to understand the readiness. Maybe in ICC, most of us being international, we are too much focused on data. Mathematics, you know, the data is the common language other than English. So we were trying to understand how we are mapping, how we need to do. So this is a little bit more abstract, the white paper. Participation, we can go to the next slide, yes. And involvement of the business fora in the EU negotiation process. We have a white paper published. It is public, it is free. Last year we did it. And with many associations who are actively working in Albania. We got help from North Macedonian counterparties. This is my comment. We can go into details, but we need to be more specific for businesses. Businesses need more specifics rather than too sophisticated, too abstract, which is normal, I understand, but this is, execution is a little bit different than regulation. That was the major thing that was discussed. So I think this specification can be delivered through trainings, through specified parties. I'm working in regulated industries. Now I will share, if we can go to the next slide, please, the corporate governance index that we did for 50 companies in Albania, which are the major companies and the fast-growing companies. The regulated sectors already performed not well, we are going to see. But when we go to the non-regulated sectors, even we saw the questions are not understood. So what does it mean? What is a compliance director? What does it do? You know, daily when it comes to the office, what does a compliance director do? You know, in banks, in telco, compliance directors are the most busy people. You cannot find them. But if you are not accustomed to that, which is very normal. I will say my last sentence in the first. I'm very optimistic. We are going to do it. With a little bit help in it, I think that's why we need to see how ready we are. So corporate governance index, this is done in Albania with 50 companies from governance and business integrity standpoint. Next slide. These are actually parallel to global reporting initiative, which is called GRI, and we have 44 indicators. We are not going to go to details of it that much, but I will show some numbers. Basically, it has 2 dimensions. One of them is social dimension. One of them is the governance dimension. In social dimension, we evaluate the human capital and social responsibility. And the other 4 is governance, stakeholder management. And even the definition of stakeholder sometimes varies. You know, what is a stakeholder? I am a stakeholder for an energy company. I am the user of it. I'm a public, so everybody is stakeholder in our perspective. The integrity of the businesses and the transparency. When we start with human capital, there are I'm out of time, but I want to go one by one. These are important. There are 8 indicators, but important ones is HR policies or remuneration, health and safety conditions, training programs, and gender balance. As Albania, we scored 13 out of 20 points. I'm underlining this is the 50 companies which can answer these questions. So we need to extrapolate this to other SMEs. But 65, this is the first plot. If you ask me, 65% is not that bad to start with. If we go to the next, I think Albania is doing very well on gender balance, at least in high levels. But in leadership, women is going a little bit down, which is usual. Also, my Turkish background says the same in emerging countries. The women workforce might be a little bit going up. And we scored 23 over 50. And our basic high scores came from banking, insurance, and IT. If we go to the social responsibility, which includes CSR principles, sustainability reporting, which I think in this we are lacking a little bit sustainability reporting, environmental policies, and sponsorship and community management. Our score here is 54% in total. And again, the major companies, when I say major, mostly you can think of the financial and type of big businesses are going a little bit higher. And if we consider the budget dedicated to this, most of the companies do not have budget, don't spare budget. And some CSR agenda requires budget. And the possibility, existence of a CSR officer, it doesn't have to be a single person, it might be addressed to a person, is around 48%. Governance indicators. When we say governance, again, it is, I think, too abstract sometimes maybe, but I always think like this. Let's assume you are going to buy a stock from United States, correct? They are open to public. And the board of directors even has the right to remove Elon Musk from his spot. So that is governance. So how you are doing the business, so how you are affecting your stakeholders. The ones who are buying your shares in Albania, this is not the case because we don't have shares to buy, or the ones that you are affecting with the pollution of the country. That is the logic. So the governance, how you do the business, if you ask me from business perspective, is very important. And as you see, we are at the best case 62% in major companies, which are mostly regulated by the regulators. So we need to have internal control procedures in finance. We need to have independent auditors in finance. So this is how we work. So our total score, according to the dedicated committees, let's say, is 78%, saying we have at least some committees parallel to board of directors. In the next slides, we are going to see the business integrity, which is usually discussed a lot in the region. According to us, rating us, as I said, we scored around 60%. Because of whistleblowing policies, not implemented, let's say. Anti-corruption policies, it is an initiative of ICC in general, so it is mostly can be seen in the context. The governance code, which is transparent, and ethics and code of conduct. And the leading ones, as I said, is coming from finance industry, because finance is already has this regulatory requirements to be implemented. If we, I think we can pass this. So let's see the stakeholder management. Our score is around 50% in stakeholder management. In stakeholder, we learned, let's say, in total, as I said, I am reflecting the end result of this study. The supply chain is also our stakeholder. So we need to ensure our supply chain is also running with the same rules that we are running with. The contractual agreements we have collective action initiative on anti-corruption and our policies, if we have any policies. So in overall, we scored 50%. I will finish with the transparency.
Can this sum up?
I time up?
Okay.
I have 3 slides left.
Can we summarize the conclusions?
Okay. This is the transparency. Even though we are not that good at showing. So I think this should be increased more, inflated more. And to sum up, as I said, we have the basis where we are. If you ask me, it is not that bad. It can be better. It should be better. I'm very optimistic, and I believe in detailed trainings and detailed structured inputs for the businesses. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Aldan, for sharing your analysis from international viewpoint on corporate policy development. And now we will continue with our last panelist, Mr. Victor Mizo, who has a long-standing experience, both governmental and from private sector on the corporate policy development. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this event and part of this esteemed panel. First of all, a lot of the colleagues stated many different things, so it's not easy to be last to add something. But maybe I'll start with something that I was going to say at the end. This type of analysis, if we do this for the governments in the region, let's see what the result will be. I'm pretty sure the results will be at best 1/3 as good as the 50 companies in Albania, even worse than that. So I think the whole process of corporate policy should not be only about companies in the region, companies internationally, globally, etc. Let's hold the governments in the Balkans accountable on many of these aspects and to see where, how we develop, because at the end of the day, we can treat every country and every government like a large corporation, where it doesn't matter whether 600,000 people in Montenegro or, I don't know, 7 million people in Serbia or any countries in the region live. And let's see how well they actually execute what is their job, whether it's central government, local government, etc. So I'll start with maybe somebody who may be in the audience or international finance organizations to somehow put a test and do some analysis where the governments in the region stand, and maybe how we compare to, I don't know, countries of Central and Eastern Europe that are already EU members, or other emerging countries, and where they are, taking Ireland, taking Costa Rica, taking the UAE, taking Singapore, countries that started from poverty 40, 50 years ago, and we know where they are today. So I would first ask for that challenge. Now, going into the corporate policy, what I took out, and I'd like to read a couple of sentences, maybe this is a very American view of corporate policy, but I'll still read it. Corporate policy is an official set of rough guidelines, recommendations, and rules developed on the basis of analyzing the internal and external aspects that affect corporations' goals, activities, procedures, and plans. The corporate policy is developed by the board of directors and includes the company's response to most commonly occurring situations and events. Additionally, such a policy determines how strategies are formulated and implemented, as well as directs a company's planning and decision-making processes. Now, what type of companies are there? There are local companies. Many of the countries of the region, majority of the companies are local companies because they only execute their activities on the local market and maybe very little bit export in the surrounding areas. Then we can have regional companies, companies that maybe exist and operate just in the Balkans, maybe in the banking sector, companies that are just in the regions of Central, Southeast Europe, etc. Then there'll be international companies. When I say international companies, they still have the feel of the national brand, the country where they come from, even though they operate across the world. And I would put even the company I work for, Costal, which is a family-owned company, but the German family-owned company, most of the time, it's international. It's not a global company. Global company would be usually, first of all, listed company, majority of them, not all, but would be Anglo-Saxon companies, even though I would not exclude many of the Asian companies to be global. But I think for a company to be global has to have very wide international spectrum of the people in the senior management and the board composition. That's unfortunately not usually the case with Japanese and Korean companies, and majority of the time not with German companies either. So that's why Anglo-Saxon company doesn't mean it has to be always US, Canada, or the UK, but those are the most international companies. And this type of corporate policies would be very different among all these 4 companies along the spectrum. In the case of the company I work for, if I share my experience before, I used to work for General Electric, or I was a management consultant for McKinsey, very different ideas what a corporate policy is than what a corporate policy is for a German company, even though we're located on 5 continents around the world, have 20,000 people, have 4 billion euro revenue. The mindset, the differences, what we have to adhere to. Do we have to be on the forefront on implementing certain things, or are we followers? Because, for example, it was mentioned before, compliance. I went through compliance training in GE in the mid-90s, but that was normal in the US at the time. Compliance training for German family-owned companies had just started a couple of years ago, and implementing all of these code of conduct procedures and things like that. Not that they're not compliant, don't get me wrong, but this is for the first time that they formally implement certain things that you have to follow rules and regulations. And sometimes because certain things come maybe later in the process, then there is a fear of overcompliance. Everybody's afraid, or really, for every single transaction, for every single activity, for the expense report I provide, our finance department always asks our compliance officer, is this legit? Let's not overdo it. There are certain things that are logical, but also you have to come from a moral standpoint, what is right and what is wrong, not only what's written on paper. But for corporate policy, I would like to put the aspect more on the strategy development, because nothing against ESG, nothing about, against all of these new latest and greatest ideas about sustainability, etc. But strategy development is very important, and also because the whole discussion here we have how the region and the companies from the region can help in our process towards EU integration. I think many companies also in the region are family-owned. Not only family-owned, also family-run. And usually, when you have a family-owned company, you have to think about succession management, succession development. Is the son and the daughter of the person that started the company the best person to run and develop the company further? 95% of the time, I would say no, unfortunately, for many different reasons. Are people who are successful, who have been in business for 20, 30 years, willing to provide and give the keys to the company to a senior management team, professional team, that is the best equipped to develop the company further, to implement rules, regulations, government policies, and ways how to expand the business. I think people have to start thinking a little bit wider, not just local and regional, because the sons and daughters or cousins or whatever, let them be stakeholders in the company. Let them have ownership, but not to be the professional managers developing the company further. And that's the reality that we have to face with. That's the same not only in Albania and Macedonia, in Montenegro, Kosovo, Serbia, etc. And Turkey probably to a large extent as well. And we have to start thinking like the Europeans. We have to start thinking about maybe even like the Americans or like the Japanese. This is the way to develop further, to create companies that will be more competitive, because if we want to go all in Europe, the market will be open. We're going to be flooded instantaneously. How many local companies will survive? I would say none. Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, it was a different time when they entered the European Union. And their process of privatization was done in a much better way to what we've done here in the Balkans, because they allowed large multinational companies to actually take over existing companies there. Volkswagen taking over Škoda and many other examples in oil and gas industry, in, I don't know, energy market, etc. Here, we fumbled the process of privatization. The people that were in charge, or the families of the people that were in charge during the fall of communism, ended up taking stake in these companies, most of the time just to sell off the assets. Nobody thought and knew how to develop these companies further. In the case of the countries of former Yugoslavia, when they lost the common market, they didn't know what to do with it. And therefore, now we have all these small fragmented local companies that do not have the knowledge how to swim in the ocean. They cannot even swim in the lake most of the time, but the ocean for them is too much. And we have to be very, self-critical. What we have to do in order to create competitive businesses and therefore successful and competitive local economies. Because if we're not competitive, every small mom and pop shop will be overrun. Doesn't matter whether that would be Lidl, whether that will be Aldi, we're not in North America, but whether that will be Walmart. All of these big corporations will destroy the local businesses, and then people will be thinking, oh, we got in the EU, but nobody has a job, or everybody works just for few large international companies, but our local businesses, indigenous businesses, are not competitive. How can they be part of the supply chain and everything else? So in the case of the FDIs, I think people should not think of the FDIs in a way that they are one way or another maybe exploiting the local workforce, getting incentives and everything else. Not at all. I think this FDIs, it's not only about job creation, it's about know-how transfer. And the know-how transfer, that the way these corporations think in a management level, I think that's the most important aspect and the most important gain for these local companies. Because you bring process that is not taught by the universities in the region, people don't have the relevant work experience, and then you have locals that in these companies learn how to think, how to do things, how to manage, how to create strategies. Usually they go abroad, have additional training, and this could be the future leaders, not as politicians, don't get me wrong. Usually politicians and management of companies don't go together, but at least these are the people that can do the economic development of the country going forward. So those will be my few words on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor, for being precise on time. So now already we are out of the time. As I invited one by one to join the stage, now I will invite to leave one by one the stage, but before leaving the stage, I will deliver the certificates for our panel. So, Mr. Lek Kadeli, thank you for being today with us. Ms. Ledia Mucho, thank you for your presentation. Let's take a pic. Ms. Antje Wandel, thank you for your thoughtful presentation. Thank you. Ms. Bilgen Aldan, thank you for being with us today. Mr. Victor Mizo. And Mr. Sanel Kosturica, thank you. And the last certificate for myself. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Agim. Thank you to all the panelists for taking place in this third panel that we named Corporate Policy Development, a precondition for smooth integration of the region in the European market. We have one panel left of this Balkan Economic Forum 2023, and that's the fourth panel that I would like to announce right now. We have put a title on it, Agrotech, an opportunity and challenges ahead. So I would like to invite the moderator of this panel, Mr. Ilir Pilku, regional senior agricultural expert from Albania, and the speakers to take their place on the stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good afternoon. I warmly welcome you to the Agrotech sessions, part of the Balkan Economic Forum. I will start with some thanks. First, to Mr. Raimund, FAO representative in Albania and regional program leader, for being with us today. A special thanks goes to NOAA Microfinance Institution, which is the co-organizer of this forum, under the full attention of the executive officer, Mrs. Herjola Spahiu. Thanks as well to all the panelists, which will go later in the screen, to Daniela, Enio, Milda, Marco, Maria, and Blagoja. My name is Ilir Pilku. I'm an agriculture expert with almost 30 years of experience in international projects. Today I feel honored to be invited by the organizer to moderate this important session. Before giving the floor to the guest and the key speaker, I would like to very shortly to present an overview of agriculture in Western Balkan, its prospects and the common obligation. Accession to European Union is a political goal for the Western Balkans countries, even though these countries are at a different stage of integrations with the EU. The contribution of agriculture sector to the GDP in these countries is much higher than in European Union, which is almost 1.5. We start with a 6.5 up to 20% contribution, which is Albania. And agriculture is one of the sectors with potential for competitiveness on the global market. The agriculture sector has the potential to contribute significantly to economical development, to reduce poverty and increase food security. Agriculture is a heavily less subsidized economy activities and is the main source of income for almost 40% of the total population in Western Balkan countries. The adaptation and modernization of agriculture play an important role in this process, which is directed by national decision makers who use pre-accession instruments, make changes in the legislation, institution building, agriculture policy reform to promote the development of agriculture sector and the rural area as well. The future planning based on the Common Agriculture Policy and the European Deal Agenda Paris 2030 requires improvement of the regulatory framework, creation and efficient monitoring and supporting financing mechanism, regional cooperation and improvement of the risk management to reduce the expected negative impact of climate change in agriculture in the Western Balkan region. In order to achieve many of these objectives, investment in skills building, digitalization of rural business and areas, diversification of activities, provision of basic service in rural areas, and upgrading of rural infrastructure are necessary. The Western Balkans have to strengthen their efforts to make the rural areas more attractive as a place to live and to work, and to avoid the brain drain of young people living in rural areas. It is a fact that the number of students in agriculture continue to decline. I would like to close this short presentation by quoting the last statement of Ms. Ursula von der Leyen during her last visit in the Balkans. The common regional market in the Western Balkans is also a step toward developing economic and policy measures in line with European standards for the country for accession for EU membership. Now let's open these sessions by giving the floor to the key speaker of this panel, Mr. Raimond, who will make a presentation about the vision of the development and competitiveness of agriculture in the Western Balkans. Mr. Raimond, the floor is yours. You can, it's up to you. If you want. Okay then. Okay, I will.
If you don't mind, I take
Yes.
your place for a moment.
Yes.
Is there my presentation somewhere?
Yes, it is.
Available? So thank you very much, Ilir. No, that's not my presentation, unfortunately. I can maybe talk about, no, that's, okay, this is the right one. We have it on the screen here in the front. It's missing. I have another one which I can see here. It's interesting, there are two different presentations. One is in the back. I could talk about European Institute of Innovation. We don't get it on this one. Okay, very good. So, thank you very much to this invitation. I'm really very honored to be the keynote speaker here on this Balkan Economic Forum. It's the first time, I have an echo a bit. It's the first time that I'm a speaker on this one, and the more I'm really honored to particularly make to you an introduction statement on the food systems transformation and particularly the agrotech role and the challenges here in the Western Balkans. So we are living in times of crisis, and many sectors have been hit hard by COVID, the war in Ukraine, and also climate change. The agriculture system in the region have been strongly affected by these crises, as they are of significance for the national economy. And here, Ilir was already referring to the region. Agriculture certainly also has an important contribution here in Albania. It's important also to note that we are not only speaking about the economic importance, but when using an agro-food systems perspective, we are also speaking about the environment and social dimension of the system. So the agriculture sector and the agro-food systems in the Western Balkans undergoing a process of structural transformation also within the EU accession process. We have in the last two panels already intensively talked about it, so this is certainly an important driver. So there is a lack in the agri-food systems, in the agriculture, in terms of competitiveness, growth compared with the rest of the Europe. Could I ask the technology to reduce the sound? I have an echo. Could you reduce it? Could you reduce it further? It's too loud. Is it possible? Now it's better. Now it's much better. Yeah, it's me as a speaker. Sorry for this one. So in this context, I would also like to highlight that looking at the overall process of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are also in this context lagging behind, not only in the region, but of course also across the world. So more needs to be done to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And on the other hand, the Western Balkans have shown really resilience against also the economic adversary. And we have seen during the COVID and with the implications of the war in Ukraine that particularly also the smallholders were or are really more resilient than expected. So we have to build on this. And it's a potential we can build. There is need to have more reforms that enhance the productivity, link the regional integration, and improve, of course, the markets and the competitiveness. We have heard, particularly also from the private sector perspective, this in the panel also before. Last, as an introduction part, the recent SDG summit has already confirmed that the agri-food systems are one of the 6 transformation entry points to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. Next slide, please. So let's, one slide before, please. So let's have a look at the status of the agri-food system. And I make this very brief because Ilir has already outlined this very well. The EU integration and the response to the crisis results really in the fact that the agricultural transformation in the region is accelerating. We can see here also on the slide with both land and labor productivity, it's showing already signs of improvement. But of course, as mentioned already before, competitiveness is still lagging. And we have, on the other hand, in the region also the effects of climate change and the needs to adapt the agriculture sector to this climate change. While the overall climate, and we would all agree, benefiting from the excellent food products in the region, while the overall climate in the Western Balkans is really very favorable for agriculture, droughts combined with high temperature are certainly hazards, but also we have seen floods many times. Hail is also quite ordinary, but we have localized impacts also on agriculture in the region. So the Western Balkans have adopted the green agenda for the region, which aligns the region with the EU ambition to make Europe a carbon neutral continent. So tackling climate change requires changes in strategic planning, implementation, and monitoring, as well as adaptation strategies. It promotes also the adoption of an eco-friendly farming method and encourages the integration of digital technologies in agriculture to enhance precision farming, optimize resource usage, and improve overall efficiency in the region's agriculture sector. On the other hand, as you can see it also here on the slide, we have external challenges. Key impacts, I mentioned the war in Ukraine already before, and external shocks have also caused high inflation, energy prices, as well as also job growth. If we think, for example, about food prices, in some cases, they increased by more than 30% last year, and energy prices as well as slow job growth is resulting in challenges to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. There are, of course, also opportunities and needs for developing modern, dynamic, competitive, green, climate resilient and shock resilient agri-food systems in the Western Balkans, which is allowing and which is generating better jobs to improve also the income, the livelihoods in the rural domain, and particularly also to attract young people for the region. So there are entry points to support the development of such dynamic agri-food systems in the region. And one of them, and I think this is also an important part of the discussion, is certainly the acceleration of digitalization. Next slide. So if we look at this slide, digitalization brings a key opportunity for the agriculture transformation in the Western Balkans. All the Western Balkan countries are rapidly advancing in digital development with a strong focus on modernizing infrastructure to support digital connectivity. Internet availability and access is almost as good as in EU countries, with more and more individuals using also the internet. Governments are implementing forward-thinking regulatory frameworks to foster a conducive environment for digital transformation. The digital payments is particularly pertinent to the Western Balkan countries, both for domestic as well as also cross-border payments transfers in their efforts to align with EU standards. Domestically, digital payments support business to operate more efficiently. But despite also the progress, challenges remain, including disparities in digital access and literacy between particular rural and urban areas, and amongst, of course, also different demographic groups, such elderlies and also young and elderly also people. So the opportunities for a digital-driven agriculture transformation are significant. So therefore, I think on the next slide, I think it's worthwhile to look into this also a bit deeper, and how can we harness really the digital agriculture in the Western Balkans. I have put here on the slides the challenges, competitiveness, strengthening the agriculture information systems, job creation, and rural transformation, as well as also the environmental impact. This is related to the areas where digital agriculture can really play an important role as accelerator in the transformation process. If we talk about digital agriculture, and this is just also for definition, it refers really to the application of ICTs and emerging technologies in agriculture and rural domain. So if we look first to tackle the competitiveness challenges, as you can see here on the left side, we have the issue of smart farming and precision agriculture solutions. These can enable data-driven decision-making and agriculture automation. They are typically used internet sensors, satellite imageries, drones, and advanced data analytics to monitor soil, livestock, health, and conditions, weather patterns, helping also farmers making informed decisions about irrigation, fertilization, pest controls, etc., etc. So they really optimize the inputs, increase, in this case, the yields, and minimize environmental impacts. If we're looking at one further, which is also related to the competitiveness, is, of course, digital agriculture marketplaces. I think this is an important area in order to support also the access for the farmers, because they can connect farmers. They can connect farmers to the markets, both locally by shortening the value chains and internationally by better linking the farmers and buyers, as well as also fostering the regional collaboration. And we were talking about a regional, also Balkan trade. So this is really important, increasing the region's competitive position in the international food markets. If we're looking at the strengthening of the acquis, there is, for example, the digital advisory services, sharing knowledge, advisory services, and early warnings digitally with farmers can really provide them with real-time guidance on weather conditions, market prices, enabling them to adapt to market shocks and contributing also to sharing good agriculture practices. Digital platforms in this context can also foster the collaboration between research, institutions, agriculture organizations, and also the private sector and the policymakers, bringing research and innovation further to the agriculture sector, connecting research and the farmers is also quite important. I'm moving in this case also to the area of job creation, rural transformation. One of the issues here is, of course, supply chain optimization. We are talking about value chain strengthening. We're talking about investment into value chain. So issues like blockchain, QR codes, analytics can really enhance the efficiency, but at the same time also the transparency of agri-food supply chains. Let me move also further on in the slide when we're talking about particularly also competitiveness as well as also environmental challenges. There is another area which I would like to strengthen, and this is of course the digital financial services. We could really harness positive digitalization trends to increase the digital payments. I was talking about that already before in agriculture, to increase the sector's efficiency, transparency, and of course also the financial inclusions. I was talking yesterday to some colleagues, and agriculture insurance services is something which also is quite important to be brought in, and the financial services can also better protect, in this case, the farmers against the losses. And it's really important to use, in this case, digitalization to increase here also the offer. Of course, the challenge is always how can we do sustainably, ensuring that agrotech will benefit all and would not increase the rural-urban gap, as well as, of course, also the gender gaps by creating a further digital divide. So while accelerating agrotech, we must really prioritize vulnerable and smallholder communities, ensuring local governments' budgetary allocations are reflecting, in this case, also the community priorities, and using adequate data and local digital solutions in a better way. If the opportunity, if digital agriculture is really harnessed, it can help also the achievement of the FAO strategic framework by enhancing the sustainability and the sustainable food production and the nutrition through a technology-driven, efficient sector, while on the other hand also improving farmers' livelihoods and reducing the environmental impact, contributing to a world with better production, better environment, and of course also a better life. So how can these objectives then be achieved sustainably? And with this, I'm coming to the last slide of my introduction presentation. We have put here together the pathways which and a roadmap how this transition can look like and how to move ahead. It's a 5-point roadmap for policymakers, development practitioners, solution providers, but of course also private sector representatives who are also here. First, what do we need? We need robust network foundation. It is really important to invest in meaningful rural connectivity, high quality standards in all rural areas, and affordable so that the access is really democratized. Secondly, we need a solid policy framework. We need to design policies and strategies that encourage the integration of agrotech, that ensures good data governance, and that create incentives for agrotech adoption by the farmers. Third, we need a solid government system and services. It's really important to develop solid e-government systems in alignment with the European standards, a comprehensive data infrastructure and design and deliver farmer-centric, it's very important, farmer-centric digital public services in agriculture. Fourth, we need to promote research and development in agrotech. I was already saying before, we need to connect science and innovation to the farmers. This includes, of course, the promotion of entrepreneurship. FAO has done earlier this year a very successful training for young entrepreneurs here in Albania in agriculture. We need to bring research and development in agrotech through specific programs and the funds in order to stimulate, to bring the young people into the area. And fifth, but of course fifth is also not last, we need to increase the digital adoption. We need to raise the awareness and the development capacities in farmers to increase their adoption of the digital solution and the digital literacy. So in conclusion, from my side, the Western Balkan agri-food systems are really in a phase of transformation, facing challenges such as the climate change and external shocks. And while the region has shown resilience, embracing reforms with the EU integration that already integrate digital technologies in the agri-food system, it is really crucial to develop a modern, competitive, green, climate resilient and shock resilient agri-food systems in the region. And we need definitely to look into a systems approach. We need to make sure that we're looking into economic sustainability. We need to make sure this social sustainability as well as also the environmental sustainability. And then I think the potential of the region in terms of agriculture will be further unlocked and a great integration into the European framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raymond, for taking the time to come and speak to our event. Your presence added tremendous value and insight to our forum. Let's start with our panelists. First, it will be Daniela Di Antonio. Daniela is Digital Agriculture Team Leader in FAO. Daniela, the question related to this event and session, it is how to support farmers in using digital technologies while they may need new skills or just a better solution.
Thank you very much, Ilir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the invitation. First of all, it's really a pleasure. So your question allows me to delve a bit into the blue road that Raymond was scalability. So as Raymond was saying, we need network connectivity and we need meaningful connectivity to ensure agri-tech adoption. That's a precondition. And we need mobile internet, we need fixed internet, but we also need low-range power networks, LoRaWAN, to, for example, enable Internet of Things in agriculture. So this is a very important precondition. And then we need to ensure that digital solutions and services are available in a specific country, in a specific context, because that's not for granted. Solutions need to be adapted. So that's the second A. They need to be localized into the local languages. They need to be adapted to the diverse needs of farmers, right? Sometimes they are built only for the large farmers, but we know Western Balkans is plenty of small family farms. And these solutions need to be adapted to those needs and to the diverse needs of those farmers. We have an issue of young people paving away from agriculture, and so we need to make solutions that fit also the elderlings, that fit women farmers, right? That fit the different needs. Solutions might be available, might be locally adapted, but they still might not be affordable. So we said small family business, small family farms. We need solutions that are affordable. So on one hand, for policymakers, the need to create smart incentives, smart financial services, grants. You mentioned in your introduction, no subsidies for agriculture and no subsidies at all for stimulating investments into agrotech. So that's a big issue. But also from the side of solution and services providers, to find viable business models that can make the solution economically viable while affordable for smallholders, the third A. So now we delve into the other three A's that are more from the demand side. These three, availability, adaptability, affordability, were more from the supply side. So from the demand side, of course, there is the matter of ability, so the capacity, the digital skills. This is essential component, it's true. We need to invest in general, I will say, into capacity development in agriculture, first of all. Vocational training, for example, and integrate agrotech into vocational training, into university curricular, but also earlier in the process, to change mindsets about farming. If we integrate these, or we raise awareness on this issue from a very young age, right, we can stimulate the youth to start careers into agrotech, to become digital agripreneurs. So that's definitely essential. But together with the A, ability, I will put the A, awareness, because they might still be able, they might still have the digital literacy, basic skills, but farmers might not be aware that a specific solution and service exists, and they might not be aware of how they can use it in agriculture, how they can integrate it in their economic activities. And lastly, last but not least, the A for agency. Agency is a bit of an abstract concept to explain, but it basically refers to the trust, to the belief in technology. That is not something for granted. Farmers need to understand that by adopting technologies, they can really achieve benefits that are concrete: higher productivity, better planning, better access to markets, better access to financial services, but they might just not see it. They might just not have the belief, the trust. So we need to really achieve a change in mindsets that goes really hand in hand with the capacity development, the ability, the awareness, and the works on the other side. And of course, doing all of this, as Raymond was saying, with several lenses, right? The gender lens, design-specific products and services for women, the age for elderly farmers, and for different farm size. So I wanted just to bring some data to tell the audience how the Western Balkans are doing in respect of these different A's. I'm bringing some data from the GSMA Mobile Connectivity Index. And, well, Western Balkans are doing well in, for example, network coverage, as we have seen. We are not that far away from the EU when it comes to especially mobile network connectivity. They're also doing pretty well when it comes to consumer readiness, but there are still areas for improvement. And these improvements are in infrastructure, in affordability, in the availability of content, product and services, and their local relevance, and online security. So what we can do, Raymond has already mentioned many of these actions: infrastructure, but also conducive policy strategies, smart incentives, e-government systems, farmer-centric digital public services, functioning AKIs, This goes all in addition to the training, to the capacity development. So FAO has, of course, designed several products to assist governments. We have done this successfully in many Western Balkan countries, assist them in strategy making, in policy making, in designing these programs, in delivering training to farmers. And we stand by all the Balkans to provide further assistance in this matter. Over.
Thank you, Daniela. Your words were a great source of inspiration, and we are very thankful for your presence here as well. Let me summarize. Okay, Daniela gave a lot of topics, discussed a lot of topics, key points, but I would like to summarize. Digital technologies are transforming agriculture, helping to address bottleneck in productivity, post-harvest in handling, market access, finance and supply chain management. So these are more or less what I summarize your speech. Thank you. The floor now is to the Vice Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development in Albania, Mr. Enio Civici. The question to you, Enio, is what is your analysis of the current situation and your vision for the growth and development of agriculture sector in the Western Balkan for at least for the next 3-5 years, which will be the main goal? Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yes, I'd like to, I'm sure you all have been here all day and heard all of the topics. I'll try to be very concise and practical. Our Western Balkans, according to us, is experiencing three main challenges / opportunities for the moment as an analysis. The first one is that the global market disruptions, starting from COVID, coming with the Ukraine and other reasons, have given us some problems in the first months, but then some great opportunities, because the Western Balkans can, and I'm sure will be, one of the new suppliers of products which come from a more efficient way of producing, coming for sure from agro-tech practices. So I'm going to give some examples, which Albania had one opportunity like this, but at the end. The other one, which I'm sure you've all studied a lot and know much more, is the challenges coming from climate change. We have droughts in the north, we have floods in Albania in the south. So we have a new reality when it comes to nature, to produce, to practices, to not have 50% of your products at the end of the season, but to have all of it in order to succeed. The new reality coming from climate change, it's not just a challenge, it's not just an opportunity, but it's a way for us to redefine our role in agricultural production, mainly in Central, South European region, also in the European Union, why not? And the third one, which I'm sure you've heard of, and we are investing a lot of time and knowledge in this, is the smart specialization. I come in here, I arrived in Tirana 2 hours ago from the wine vision, which is happening in Belgrade regarding the mostly the wine production, but also some products of food. And we saw that at some point we're producing the same wine, the same type of grapes, the same type of names, the same type of, I don't know, the same type of wine, just changing the names, coming from different countries very near to each other, which is not a good strategy. And what if we start and do some smart specialization? What if we follow the experience of the European Union when it comes to smart specialization? At some point, we should know that we are competing with different subsidies to the same product. So at this point, it's the stronger and richer nation that wins, always. So there is no need to compete at this point. So we need a smart specialization. We need to subsidize from one point, give access to finances, access to technology at some other point, to different products in order for our region to be competitive, not just to produce the same thing and hope that some markets are disruptive and they're come and buy to us. So I'd like to give you just one example of what happened in 2023 in Albania regarding these three challenges and opportunities at the same time. As you know, Spain has had some problems regarding droughts or floods at the same time because of climate change. And at the other hand, Italy had some problems with some insect which did some major problems in the olive oil production. And I'm not going to say it long because I guess you might heard about it. And we were at the point where we saw an opportunity. We had some olive oil production stock. We were producing a lot. We had like 12 million trees, but we had not any, or at least not so much processing units regarding the olive oil. So we have to invest in that technology and other areas. But I might say, because of the market disruption, because these two countries couldn't produce, because of the climate change from one hand, and because of the smart specialization, which they didn't have from the other hand, we found ourselves in a position where to export from 60 liters to a year to 5,000 tons the other year. So the change is enormous, and I'm sure that this was one opportunity for us to learn that this is the new reality and we must adapt and change. We don't only need to invest in, of course, technology and know-how, but we need also to invest in knowledge where the new reality, because of these three factors I mentioned, is happening. And mostly in Europe, you can see it happening. And the last one, which I'm sure is very important for our region, for the Western Balkans, as I'm seeing every day now, is access to finance. It's a great problem for our countries, access to finance in big, of course, big institutions in order to make it possible. State aid or state subsidies, it's not the only way, and it can't be the only way for companies, farmers to grow. So we need access to finance. I see Laura here, so we did a great, job doing some law which will be presented, and it's in a consultation phase, which helps also to the access to finance.
You have banks here as well.
I know. Just so Laura, which we did the last days, the law. So I'm sure that access to finance from the other end, and for sure economic education, not just access to finance, but finance education in order for farmers, small farmers to big ones, to know which are the possibilities, which are the institutions where they can get credit, they can grow, and for sure be more competitive. Thank you, Ilya.
Thank you, Ennio. I would like to share my compliments on your speech, which was very beneficially to all the participants, and also sharing your experience as well. I'm going a little bit fast now because we have only 30 minutes in our disposal, and so we have to respect the agenda. But it was good that you mentioned and you gave a good message on how to mitigate the risk of climate change and how to use this opportunity to benefit and penetrate in European market. And it was last year. It was Albania. It was typical of this on olive oil productions when Europe had a lot of problem. Now the floor is to Milda Krauslis. She is a risk program manager in European Institute of Innovation Technology Food in North Macedonia. The question it is, what are the benefits of new digital technologies and for whom, including farmers and other value chain actors, and how are those benefits evidenced? Have you faced any obstacle during the implementation? It is a little bit long. It is a long question, but I guess that you are going to be as much as concentrated.
I will try to reply by using a presentation. Yes, the greenish. First of all, thank you for invitation, and I'm honored to be in this panel session with the expert, together with them. I represent EIT Food. Can you switch slide, please? and we are part of European Institution of Technology, Innovation and Technology. Those are knowledge innovation communities. We are covering several sectors, trying together with our networks to reply to the challenges, the global challenges we are facing. So as food sector, agri-food sector, the first challenge we have to reply is the access to healthy, affordable food produced in sustainable way. We have to remember that the population of the globe is rising, increasing quite fast, so we have to secure the access to the food. There were many challenges listed in keynote speak about agriculture. Of course, agriculture is first to suffer from the climate changes, but also agriculture is responsible for the greenhouse emission. So I come with a couple slides to answer your question by providing you exact answer how we are doing this in supporting startups. With the next slide, you will see that we are a huge network of universities, research institutions, corporates, big companies, that the logotypes you already know. But I would like to focus your attention to the yellow part. Those are the startups having very innovative solutions, products, services that I think are going to change our approach, and I hope in a few years those challenges listed in the keynote speak will be shorter. With the next slide, I will present you 5 alumni of EIT Food Test Farm program. I selected this program because this is an example how agri-tech startups working together with farmers finding solution for the emergent problem. The first startup, Ulmana, they have inter-row weighing machine. They are from Czech Republic, and they developed this solution specifically for sugar beets. Later on, when they test the solution with the field, they discovered that it may be applicable also to vegetables and also corn. They're using artificial intelligence, they're using cameras, the sensor, to identify the wheat and also mechanically take them out. They have been tested in the organic farms, but also in the sugar beet fields. And they will manage to decrease the usage of herbicides by 80%. And for farmers, it means significant save of money, calculated like 350 euros per hectare. So we are talking about testing this solution in southward of Poland, with the level of farms of 100, 300 under sugar beet. This is important saving. With the next slide, I will show you another solution. We have also the startup providing autonomous solution. The previous one, the advantage was that you can already integrate with the machinery you have in farm. But we have many startups we have coming with autonomous solution with weeding. This one specifically comes from Bulgaria, and they have solar panel. They were testing this solution in Southern Europe. They already validate the solution, so they are looking for the first client, and also I heard a lot of banks are here. So if you have some money to invest, that will be a good opportunity. With the next slide, yes. So here we are in the animal production, so the challenges faced by poultry sector and piglet breeding. We have to control the atmosphere during the process to prevent the dropout of animals. So the Latvian company, Kjosev, they come up with the sensor that detects ammonia. So very quickly you can predict the problem inside, and this solution is very easily to be implemented in already existed systems in the farm. The advantage they have is that the sensor lifetime is three times longer than the usual sensors. With the next slide, I will present you the solutions coming from Bulgaria. This is about water management. That, you know, this is like huge issue and all over Europe, how to manage the water. There are many, many systems. This particular one comes with the sensor that measures the moisture of the soil, pH, temperature. It's totally integrated in software, so very easily receiving applications to your mobile device that the current situation looks like that. The frost is coming, you have to react. You have very easily can integrate this system to existing irrigation system, fertilizing system. They're expanding. They have first clients in Serbia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, and Slovakia. With the clients, they saw the potential reduction of the water usage by 30%, and they calculated also the benefit of using the solutions, €1,000 per hectare. What is quite interesting, they have also farmers living in the city and having the field of hazelnut organic production like 50 kilometers from the place the client is living. So this client also very easy remotely, he kind of managed his hazelnut plantation. And the last slide I selected specifically because we are talking about the challenges, and dairy sector is responsible for greenhouse emissions. So we as the IT food community, we are looking for new solutions how to reduce the methane in the dairy production. Here you have some example of a startup coming from Slovakia. They develop sensor that measuring methane emission in the bar. So it's very easily they could recalculate the reduction on the emissions in the farm. So here, as a community, as CIT Food, we are looking more and more solutions to reply the challenges to dairy sector. With the next slide, I would like to show you a little bit how we work with the startups, the all programs we are having. So it's not about the money, but also creating fields for the testing and also access to the expertise, to the mentors, and also support them with reaching foreign markets to scale up their productions. So of course, the money is important, but also the networking and reaching the potential client corporate is very important as much as a consumers. With the next slide, I will show you a little bit taking this opportunity that here we are in Albania. Our activities we are running in Western Balkans specifically for the region. So we have EIT Jump Startup pre-acceleration program for idea holders coming from all sectors you saw in the first slide. And today with me is my colleague Adam, who can, during the break, show you more startups and ideas that were born in EIT Jump Startup. We're also working with the scientific organization having research infrastructure to prepare business service for local entities, such as companies or startups, so they could test the solution locally. So also we have activity that Professor Kjosev is sitting there. We are after the first year of piloting this specific activity together with our colleagues from different sectors in Western Balkans. And we are preparing an event in Belgrade to showcase the results of this activity. And I'm sorry to taking the last slide. I wanted, with the last slide, if you can switch, just invite you to scan the code and also be part of this network by providing project proposals that we as EIT Food, we are going probably co-finance. And we hope that together we can having more startups, more solutions on the market. It's not about only agriculture, but also we are active in alternative proteins, labeling, and working on the awareness between the consumers. Sorry for taking maybe too long time. This was my slide, the last one.
Thank you, Milda. I really am impressed and inspired by your innovative ideas and solutions. I count that as a 360-degree solution for farming and more. Thank you. Now the floor is to another panelist, Mr. Marco Brini, digital agriculture expert, World Food System Center based on Zurich, Switzerland. The floor is yours.
Will I just go or no?
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, sorry.
I can go if you like.
The question is, do you have any information from your network, customers, about the efficiency of implementing precision agriculture for large and small scale agriculture? What are some measurable benefits from this implementation? Thank you.
Okay, long story short, yes, I do. Doing a step back, I believe agriculture is like this room. When we were starting talking about agriculture, most of the people left. And I was one of them. I'm not coming from agriculture. I've been studying mathematics, economy. I've been working with banks, security, music. Why did I get into agriculture? Because I was fascinated by the digitalization opportunity. And what is it, digitalization? Just imagine to go to the speed of light and to be able to go everywhere. When we see that in television, everybody gets excited. It's a superhero. But this is actually what is happening in our field. Because we can place sensors, we can have satellites that are hovering, and they are gathering data, they're sending data, and the speed is the speed of light. So they're coming from everywhere, and we get all this data on our smartphones. That makes things very cool, very interesting. Think about a friend that is gone in the US, right? Few years ago, let's say 40 years ago, you wanted to interact with these friends. You could have a call, spend a lot of money, or send a letter, spend a lot of time. Now you can have a call on WhatsApp, and you are in contact, back in contact. This is digital agriculture. It puts us back in contact with our fields. Why is that relevant? Because although people have left this evening, everybody's gonna meet agriculture because everybody's gonna sit on the table and eat delicious food. This is why it's also fascinating. Other than being fascinated, I wanted to have some proof, right? So we've been doing, I had an Internet of Things solution back in 2005 to 2010. We validated that into agriculture. So in Puglia, which is not far away from here, we had a lot of weather stations there, plus data gathering and sensors. The cooperative that has been using our solution could predict a disease and was able to save up to 30% of the production. Some that didn't detect the disease lost up to 50% of the production. These are facts. After that, I'm not going to mention all the projects I've been doing, but a most relevant project, also Switzerland. The Switzerland government has been challenging. I've been doing a project with Nestlé, with Syngenta, with the Swiss government, and the challenge was, let's prove that digital agriculture is real. Real means we're making money. We are saving cost, right? The result has been published. We have been producing up to 600% more cocoa while consuming 50% of the water. Everybody was convinced, including myself, so I started really to get excited more and more, and I invested the last 13 years in digital agriculture. In addition, we proved also in Switzerland that while growing apple, apricots, wine, vineyards, having real-time data about what is happening in the fields really can help you to know when to give a specific product that could be organic or conventional at the right time. That is making a total difference, because if you're gonna strike when it's the insect is an egg, you are wasting your time and money, and still you're gonna have problems, right? So what are the benefits in terms of number? It really depends where you are staying. You know, there are companies that are wasting so much water, so they probably can save up to 90% of the water. There are other companies that are more efficient. They probably can save 20, 30. The same applies for the pesticide. What has been shown, the grid presentation that I've been just seeing on the weed detection, with detection and elimination through robots. But robots is also digital agriculture. They cannot operate without the brain, the digitalization, right? And this is completely changing the rule of the game. This is making agriculture fascinating again, sustainable, and growing delicious food.
Grazie, Marco. We are so thankful for your contributions, especially on the benefits that farmers have from the use of e-agriculture in terms of yield increase, managing the disease, less use fertilizer, and water efficiency. This is what I wrote, I kept from your speech. Thank you. Now the floor is to Maria Tanasowska, the Deputy Regional Team Leader of USAID Catalyze project in North Macedonia. The question we have is regarding the importance of access to finance for agro-business sector, and how do you see that, considering the finance as a fuel energy for a business growth? Is a kind of questions, but also a problem and an obstacle that agriculture sector is faced in all the region regarding the finance.
Thank you, Ilir, for inviting me to this forum and panel. But it's not fair that you give such an interesting topic to Marco and I have to talk about painful topics. So don't get to sleep because access to finance will be the core issue of my speech. And if, as we all know, if you have money, you can solve all your problems. The only problem is how to get money. I will cover this topic from the angle of USAID Regional Economic Project, Catalyze, Western Balkans Engines of Growth. And the core focus of these projects are small and micro and medium companies, their resilience and their sustainability through the angle of improving their access to finance and better use of available financing in the region. So under the umbrella of the engines of growth, access to finance is considered as a wide structure that includes all kinds of money source, including public, private, blended, everything that is available on the market, but mostly focusing on the better access and use of those who are difficult to access instruments and those instruments that are underused. So our activities are actually focused in facilitating the interaction between those guys that have money and are willing to lend those money and the companies who are capable of receiving those money and use them smartly. So one of the things is actually to facilitate that interaction between the supply and demand side and to channelize those financial transactions through the available banking traditional way of supporting the finances and to incentivize alternative, innovative financial instruments on the market. If we talk about the financial market in the Western Balkans, it is characterized as very conservative. It is very bank-centric. And usually the core players are commercial banks that actually design their product as a short-term or long-term lending schemes. And these products are actually representing their strict and very rigid banking rules. So we are talking about banks. Banks do not like risks. Banks would actually accept deals where they can see high probability of return. Banks do nurture clientele that has continuous, repetitive, and they have very probable business cycle. Agribusiness is everything opposite of that. Agribusiness is very highly dependable of climate change. Agribusinesses are actually, they have seasonable business models. And agribusiness currently is treated as a traditional industry sector that is very labor intensive, and the main characteristic is that they lack technological and digital development. So to support, financially to support agribusiness, it takes a lot of knowledge, it takes insight information, and it takes understanding the specifics of this sector. Offering just a pure lending policies will not serve sufficiently the agribusiness development. So what works on the Western Balkans financial markets? Every company that has a continuous and has a growing revenues, they can easily go to the banks and they can make a deal with the banks to finance their development. But agri-businesses are not companies that are big, that are predictable. They usually, the agribusiness sector is consist of small micro companies that lack credible records to pass the banking procedures and to be eligible for financing. So this opens the space for microfinance institutions. And microfinance institutions actually, they develop financial instruments to finance and to support the development of these underserved clients. But let's be realistic. Funds for microfinance institutions are really expensive, and sometimes microfinance institutions lack amounts of money to support bigger investment projects. So the financial gap at some point was covered by the regional development programs and public development schemes, such as IPA funds, because they support the incremental agribusiness development. And these programs should enhance the transition of the agribusinesses from the traditional structure to more advanced and more sustainable, to become more sustainable business. What did not work on these markets is actually that companies who are interested to be financed, they sufficiently lack financial literacy. So there is a serious mismatch in information between the financial investors, financial institutions, and the private sector who actually need this type of money. So due to this situation, the project developed a network of consultants, and these consultants are actually facilitating that interaction between the supply and the demand side. We as a project organize lots of workshops and info sessions actually to enable these consultants to provide more comprehensive support and advice to the companies and to financial institutions. Also we try to develop a compensation scheme to make them continue work with companies and to support their efforts in accessing finance. We understand when you work with private sector and with financial institutions, you understand that there is a lack of adequate financial instruments. So due to that knowledge, we learned that we have to support partners and to provide environment for all stakeholders to try to interact. And
let's be as much as short because we don't have too much minutes.
Okay, I will go. Our learning lessons were that you don't the business development does not necessarily have to be supported through the traditional banking schemes. Actually, the alternative financing and blended approach is much proved to respond more successfully to companies' needs, and it contributes more efficiently to the growth. For example, leasing is considered as a very good, efficient instrument for accessing new technologies. But it is underused, not because of the price. It is underused because of risk mitigation and not existence of second market for the used equipment. Companies are aware of existence of the leasing, but they do not use it due to the fact that they are not familiar with working with the leasing companies. So these are examples such as factoring. It's there, but it proves to be very efficient in improving the company's liquidity. What we see is actually, what we did is actually support a company to develop a digital factoring platform where the members of the supply chain can easily compensate their receivables in the short term, but to use that money to start the new production process. The point of that activity was actually to use the credibility of the buying company to leverage the factoring and to serve towards sustainability of the members of that, supply chain. So the models are there, money are present. The thing is how we are going to approach all these things. And I have a lot of things to say, but I will just conclude. Okay, there are a lot of ways how we can support the agri sector, but what we would like to say that alternative finance ecosystem is still in its early stage of development, and non-banking financial institution, digital financing and equity financing are rated low in their effectiveness or not available in the market. So expansion of the alternative financing models in the region, they are seeing challenges also in the regulation. So we need a more structured effort and reforms from all stakeholders in the market to secure incremental development and to contribute towards companies' resilience and sustainability. But I will share my speech in writing to you, and who is interested, we can talk about this later.
Maria, you touched a lot of aspects of access to finance, which to me, it need at least half an hour to summarize it. So thank you very much for bringing your expertise and experience in this forum. The last panelist, kako si Blago?
Odlično.
Is Mr. Blagojan Mukanov, founder of Futura, North Macedonia. The question related to you is, we have been talking for decades about grow more food as a main goal of food security. How climate smart agriculture is different from the previous method at a time where farmers are directed to intensive agriculture, increasing production and yield?
Simply said, it's very important. I will be very short, 5 minutes, and I want to give, if you let me, a little bit of short, broad perspective of how I see digital agriculture. First is, I think that for so many decades, marginalizing agriculture finally caught us. That's the first point, and we are paying the bill for that. Second thing is that we don't see digital agriculture as a process, we see it as a momentum or as a hardware tool. That's a big problem, and I'm very worried that the organizations that needs to be the leaders of setting up the platform of digitalization are to a large extent missing this point. And in order you to implement the process, it has a very big behavioralistic aspect. That means the human aspect is essential. And because of that, I think that if we want to go more rapid in digitalization and really see effort in this region where it is characterized with extremely fragmented agricultural sector, weak policy, and a large extent conservative farming, I think that we need to have a more structured approach. And I see it in 4 components, nothing more. One is, first, everybody that is important needs to cluster, sit down, and see what is really needed in this specific region, specific country. And over here, the key point is, in America it's called extension. In Europe is now popular AKIS, but even now more popular is living labs. That means all interest groups clustered, sit down, let's talk what are the needs, where is the gap, and set up the strategy. Second component, capacity building. It's continuous. It needs to go to all stakeholders. So if in the first step we identify the gaps, that means the gaps of all stakeholders. How are we going to overcome? And then are we going to go with academia, vocational education? It doesn't matter. Third steps, very important, and I know that Marco will agree with me, is how a farmer learns the best when he sees his peers or her peers. So developing labs, lighthouses, demonstration fields is something where organizations like UN, the governments, the USA, they need to focus on for 2 reasons. Not only for showing what is the technology, how does it function, does it have a benefit, but also for the researchers. We forget researchers. We have lost the academia. On the Western Balkan, we don't have top-notch research. And not less than 40 years, we had very nice applicative science in agriculture. And fourth, the last but not the least important, is acceleration, which is my colleague Maria is mentioning, is not access to finance for grants, access to finance for co-financing, for credits, because I think that we have spoiled a little bit the sector. So I will resume with our personal experience. I'm in the agriculture more than 22 years. I'm coming from an agricultural family, and I'm in agriculture for day one. And what I can say is that we are missing who is actually our target. Is it the farmer or is it the agronomist? Is it the consultant? So who uses these devices? Is the farmer using or the advisor is using it? A lot of times I can see we are missing the point. We are focusing too much on the toys. We are not focusing on the process. So I can see a lot of these meteor stations, sensors, not because they are not important, but I think that in this kind of discussions, which are not technological tech discussions, but we need to solve the issue of digitalization, we need to know who are we targeting and what are the solutions. So we as an organization that we are mainly in this business, in this ecosystem, we are known in the region as a business technology support organization. We have our own network of labs that we personally have developed with our own resources. We have the capacity with the team of agronomists that we work to test any kind of technology and to show to the academia, to the policy, to the business, and to the farmers how things are functioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Blago. You did Blago, you did a excellent explanation, and I want to thank you for the presentations and sharing your knowledge and experience with us. Because we are ending now, before closing these sessions, I would like to know if there is any questions. I see one there. Okay. Can we have a microphone? We don't have any microphone?
I think it works, this one. Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Marco, international educator with a profound background in finance, business management, and agricultural economics. Thank you for your presentation and insights, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ilir for the great parenthesis which initiated my question. A very straightforward question which might spring up from many youngsters. How do you plan to bring young people back to rural areas, and how does e-agriculture factor into your strategy? The question is addressed to all the panelists, especially to any whose answer might reach till the most remote areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Raymond, can we?
Thank you.
Can we handle this
well,
question?
there is
quick, very quick.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
It's probably a question which can have another session. How do we bring the young people into agriculture? But maybe 3 points, and actually the panels have, in my views, already mentioned it. We need a holistic approach. Sounds, of course, very simple, straightforward, but we need to bring the technology really into the education. We need to bring the technology in the education at the universities. We need to bring the technology and the digitalization into the vocational schools. And we need to bring also the technology in the processes where stimulating entrepreneurship. I think Marco and the practitioners here on this panel are probably in the best way stimulating young people with an enthusiastic approach to produce food, which in the end is the most important part, I think, of also our existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. So the further discussions can continue because we are going to have a cocktail and then we can share with each other and then we can talk a little bit more. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please stay. Okay, before we proceed with refreshments and cocktail. Okay, at the beginning, the first lesson we learned is that we have to be disciplined, meaning we have to start the conference on time. We started half an hour later. This half an hour later prevented us from being more productive, more elaborate, and to have, possibilities to answer, to discuss, and everything else. So probably from next year, we will be more disciplined. We are from the Balkans. We want to take, things in an easier way, but we have to be hardworking, straightforward, and disciplined in order to proceed. At the end, just 2 more minutes, minutes. I'm already rushed over there. Okay. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude, my deepest gratitude to all of you, starting from the co-organizing partners, starting from the direct participants of Balkan Economic Forum annual conference, starting from all these beautiful people. When I say beautiful, I mean really beautiful. in their hearts, for being here, for joining us here, for sharing the, let's say, the dream, the approach we have and we are enforcing in the last more than 8, almost 9 years. I'm pretty much sure that, I created here new friends, new colleagues, new network, which will be a solid ground for what we are trying to do with Balkan Economic Forum, to create a platform where we, ordinary people, people who suffer, sorry to say, from our politicians, for those who create politics and policies in different sectors, to give our advice, our suggestion for them how to create much more, let's say, friendly macroeconomic environment, microeconomic environment, to help us improve our way of living, our standard of living, our well-being in the years to come. So I would really like to invite you to join us. We are not some political party. We are just an NGO, but able and willing to share expertise, to connect and to let's say to share, to spread positive energy about a bright future of the Balkans. We are dedicated to stay here, not to leave. I can live like this right now, but I don't want to leave the Balkans. I just want to live here. I just want to proceed with my way of living, with higher living standard here in the Balkans. So I can announce from this at this point and from this stage that next year I would like to invite you to join us in Zagreb, in Croatia.
No.
It will be probably also second Friday of November. It's much easier for me because it's exam week in Skopje, so I can run away from my obligations. So to join us in Zagreb, in Croatia, and in 2025, I will just say ... Anyway, the plan is here. We are trying to spread the word, to walk around the Balkans, just to shake things up, and to contribute to the well-being of our countries. So please join me at the cocktail, and we will proceed in a more relaxed way over there. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sasho, just 1 minute, can I?
Okay.
I want to thank you
20 seconds.
because I was not able. I think we all need to thank you, Sasho, because he's extremely enthusiastic. He's doing a lot of effort. There is not that much money behind this kind of events. I know that, and I want to thank you for my name, for your effort. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. Please. Okay. Okay. Let's proceed to the